Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the weaponization of the federal government, and we particularly want to welcome back our friend and colleague, Mr. Stubbe, from the great state of Florida. Good to see him healthy and strong and back working with us, and would ask if Mr. Stubbe would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Mr. Stubbe. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. 22 days ago, Republicans on this committee released a report showing the Federal Trade Commission sent 12 letters to Twitter in a 3-month time span. Happened to be the 3 months time that Mr. Musk had purchased the company. In the first letter, after the first Twitter files, the first question was, who are the journalists you were talking to? Actually named 4 journalists personally. 2 of those 4 journalists testified the very next day, 3 weeks ago today. They testified that day in front of this committee, Michael Shellenberger and Matt Taibbi, right here in this room. And in that hearing, Democrats asked them to reveal their sources. And there's another thing that happened during that hearing. While Mr. Taibbi was testifying, the Internal Revenue Service paid a visit to his home, left a note on his door saying, "We'll be back in touch with you next week." That all happened. That all happened. And then we learned at the same time, certainly it appears that we still do not have the answers from the IRS about that unlikely coincidence. It certainly appears to be just the latest example of the weaponization of the federal government against the American people. And it shows the need for this subcommittee and its work to proceed no matter how robust the opposition. Today's hearing is so important and builds on our prior work related to government-induced censorship. It was interesting. In the first hearing, we had Mr. Turley, by the way, not a Republican, Mr. Turley, who talked about censorship by surrogate. In our hearing 3 weeks ago, we had 2 journalists, again, not Republicans, talk about the censorship industrial complex. And today, Senator Schmidt and Attorney General Landry, I read through their written testimony last night, they talk about the vast censorship enterprise. And the key word in all 3 is the word censorship, because that is exactly what's going on. Today's hearing provides an opportunity to bring to light evidence from within the federal government and federal agencies that have driven much of this censorship. This evidence comes from the litigation efforts of Missouri and Louisiana against the federal government. The state's lawyers in those cases are here to testify before us today. Within days of taking office, the Biden White House was already pressuring big tech to suppress free speech. The censor's goal is simple: limit what Americans can see, limit what Americans can say, which is a direct assault on the right to free speech that is protected by the First Amendment. The censors have bullied big tech with threats to get them to do the government's bidding, and big tech has all too often agreed to collude with the government and facilitate the censorship agenda. In this country, the government does not get to pick what viewpoints are right, what issues we discuss, or what we believe. But that is exactly what the White House and the agencies as varied as the CDC and the FBI have done. Their censorship has extended to speech on critically important topics, like how best to respond to COVID-19, and even to elections themselves. That kind of speech is at the heart of a free country and our republic. The amount of content censored has been staggering. One nonprofit that is part of the censorship industrial complex has boasted that 35% of the pages it flagged for social media companies were either labeled, removed, or soft blocked. But perhaps even worse is the scope of the censorship. The government no longer pretends that censorship is limited to foreign disinformation or even domestic misinformation. Instead, censorship extends to the so-called malinformation. In other words, true information that is supposedly misleading and conflicts with the censor's preferred narrative. And that is the most dangerous and, frankly, the most frightening thing of all. Censorship isn't about truth. It's about power. The evidence from this litigation shows the need for this subcommittee's work investigating the entirety of the censorship industrial complex. The federal government is at fault, but it is also should be able to weaponize non-government actors. It should not be able to weaponize non-government actors to work on its behalf to advance censorship. This subcommittee must investigate the extent of what has happened here, and we must protect the American people from it happening again. Already, this subcommittee has requested related documents from the federal agencies, big tech companies, and their intermediaries that make up this complex, this vast censorship enterprise. This important work must continue so that the American people learn what their government has done to them so that this Congress can take action to ensure that it doesn't happen again. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. On Monday, multiple people, including 3 children, lost their lives to violence, gun violence in Nashville, Tennessee. This week, a federal grand jury and a federal judge, has had to force Trump officials to testify concerning their possible involvement and what they knew regarding the violence and death and riot and insurrection attempt on our Capitol from January 6, 2021. The debt ceiling is looming over the American economy, and Speaker McCarthy and the Republican conference are holding the debt hostage right now. And we're holding a hearing on what? Missouri versus Biden, and some alleged deep state effort to censor conservative online. That allegation is nonsense. As we discussed extensively in the hearings, as the chairman has said before, social media companies, deep pocket private companies, social media companies actually amplify conservative voices. They do less to censor those voices. And everyone here should be alarmed when that amplification pushes out false and dangerous narratives. False narratives such as January 6th being a deep state effort. False narratives such as COVID vaccines somehow do harm. False narratives suggesting that President Trump won the election. In fact, that's the real reason we're here. Republicans know that these are false narratives, and they know that the Americans know the truth. So they are grasping for a way to spin the truth. And how do you do that? You tell an untruth, a lie, misinformation, over and over and over and over and over again, and eventually people believe it. Some people right here in this audience believe it. Mr. Chairman, thank you for calling this hearing, because I am actually eager to speak to the witnesses that we have here. Mr. Seligman, you're a renowned lawyer, legal scholar, and expert on election law and disinformation. I'm eager to hear from you on exactly how disinformation harms our democracy. And part of the reason I'm interested in that is because of the other witnesses that are here. Senator Eric Schmidt, you are a US Senator. You signed a statement defending Trump's indefensible campaign to stop social media from fact-checking election fraud falsehoods when Trump complained about censorship. Served as the vice chairman of the Republican Attorneys General Association, while its fundraising arm made robocalls urging a march on the Capitol the day before the deadly January 6th insurrection. You also, sir, signed a brief in support of a Texas lawsuit seeking to invalidate electoral votes in the hopes of reversing the results of presidential elections. I don't even have the time to go into some of the things that you did while you were Attorney General, theories that you have with regard to the Great Replacement theory and other things of that nature. Mr. Sauer, you as well now serve as Missouri's Deputy Attorney General for Special Litigation. You have sought to silence people with disabilities from participating in legal cases about COVID-19 mask mandates. You've opposed LGBTQ rights on numerous occasions. As recently as 2015, you oppose same-sex marriages. In a brief in 2021, opposing the president's executive order redefining sexual discrimination. And Mr. Attorney General, Mr. Landry, congratulations on your bid for governor of Louisiana. You refused to join 50 other attorney generals in condemning the insurrection of January 6th, and in your own separate letter, tried to equate that insurrection, that one violent day, with the Black Lives Matter protest of 2020. 7,750 demonstrations took place over a summer. Not only 93% of those were peaceful. One day, January 6th. Yes, 93% were peaceful. One day on January 6th was devastating to our democracy. You've also denied climate change. So I would like to speak to these individuals who are here, but maybe for a different reason. We are here to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, when the greatest weaponizer has been Donald Trump. Yesterday, the New York Times, I know it's not everyone in here's favorite paper, but I'd like to submit this. I have a motion to submit this into the record.
Objection.
Thank you. The article was on March 29, 2023, and it says, Trump says the justice system has been weaponized. He would know. Yes, he would. And why would he know? In that article, it lists instances of his attempts to weaponize the federal government when he was president. In the words of his own people, quote, he was always telling me that we need to use the FBI and the IRS to go after people. It was constant and obsessive, and it's just what he's claiming is being done to him now, said John F. Kelly, Mr. Trump's White House chief of staff. Quote, I would tell him why it was wrong, and while I was there, I did everything I could to steer him away from it and tell him why it was a bad idea, Mr. Kelly said. I thought we were successful, but he would often ask a lot of people to do a lot of things that he didn't want to do himself in the hopes that someone would do it and he would claim he did nothing wrong. That's the twice impeached former President Donald Trump's chief of staff speaking. So don't tell me he didn't weaponize the government. I don't think we're going to be investigating that, however. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you and my Republican colleagues believe that Mr. Trump is still the leader of the Republican Party, and unfortunately, you're following his example and attempting to weaponize Congress. Last weekend, President Trump posted the message that's on the screen right now. Thank you. What kind of person can charge another person, in this case, a former president of the United States who got more votes than any sitting president in history and the leading candidate by far for the Republican Party nomination, with a crime, when it is known by all that no crime has been committed, and also known that the potential death and destruction in such a false charge could be catastrophic for our country? Why? And who would do such a thing? Only a degenerate psychopath that truly hates the USA, exclamation point. He threatened death and destruction if an independent, state-level, duly elected prosecutor took action against him. Now, Mr. Chairman was asked about this post previously, and his response was that he needed his glasses to read it. I hope that he and all of my colleagues can see it now up there on the screen. Mr. Chairman, you and other members of this body have sent multiple letters in your capacity as chairmen to seek to interfere in the investigation of the president by a duly elected state representative and demanding that District Attorney Bragg appear for a transcribed interview in a matter that is under criminal investigation. That is not appropriate. That is not what this Congress is supposed to be about. That is an abuse of the power of this body of this committee, and that is the weaponization of Congress, plain and simple. The real question before us today is, why are the chairman and others, why are congressional Republicans doing the president's dirty work? That's what we should be investigating, not chasing politically motivated theories that have already been shown to be baseless. I yield back.
General Landry yields back without objection. All of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. We first have the Honorable Eric Schmidt. Senator Schmidt represents the great state of Missouri in the United States Senate. Before his election to the Senate in 2022, Senator Schmidt served as the Missouri Attorney General and the treasurer of that state. The Honorable Jeff Landry, former colleague of ours. Jeff Landry serves as the Attorney General of Louisiana, a post he has held since 2016. Prior to serving as the Attorney General, he represented Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District here in the United States House of Representatives. Mr. John Sauer is a Special Assistant Attorney General for the Louisiana Department of Justice. He previously served as Deputy Attorney General for Special Litigation with the Missouri Attorney General's Office and Solicitor General of Missouri. He clerked for Judge Michael Ludick and Justice Antonin Scalia. And then Matthew Seligman. Matthew Seligman is a non-resident fellow at the Constitutional Law Center at Stanford Law School. His research focuses on election law, constitutional law, federal courts, contracts, and private law theory. He clerked for Judge Douglas Ginsburg. We welcome our witnesses today and thank them for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that each of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered in the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We'll give a few more minutes, of course, to Senator Schmidt, and Attorney General Landry has been the courtesy, or has been the custom of this committee. And we'll start with Senator Schmidt. You know how that works here with the lights. Senator, you go, but like I said, we'll give you a little extra time there. We appreciate your service to our country and your state, and appreciate you being here today, and you're now recognized, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you. Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the Select Subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss this important issue. The First Amendment is the beating heart of our Constitution. The First Amendment is integral to maintaining our Republican form of government and the belief that we are a country of free people, not oppressive government. The Biden administration has led the largest speech censorship operation in recent American history. Since taking office, President Biden and his team have labored to suppress viewpoints with which they disagree. And in doing so, they have infringed upon the individual freedoms of millions of Americans. And no matter what your political affiliation is, government censorship should concern everyone. The Biden administration has coerced, cajoled, and colluded with social media companies to censor disfavored speech. The Biden team has publicly threatened social media companies from removing legal protections, with removing legal protections, blamed social media companies for societal problems, accused social media companies of killing people, and these social media companies, some of the biggest companies in the history of the world, willingly took part in this Orwellian, vast censorship enterprise. On multiple occasions, President Biden and his team have threatened to punish social media companies that did not sufficiently censor Biden's political opposition by revoking Section 230. Biden suggested Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg should be subject to civil liability and potential criminal prosecution for not censoring political speech. President Biden also repeatedly accused social media companies of, quote, killing people by not censoring enough disfavored speech. The Biden administration has threatened and attacked social media companies so that those social media companies would censor speech the Biden administration dislikes. Until the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit and later the Twitter files, the Biden administration's efforts to pressure and collude with social media companies was behind the scenes through meetings and emails and was unknown. On behalf of Missouri and Louisiana, I was proud to join with General Landry to sue the Biden administration for violating the First Amendment through this vast censorship enterprise. This lawsuit alleges the Biden administration, including President Biden himself and members of his team, pressured and colluded with social media giants to censor free speech, in the name of combating so-called disinformation and misinformation, which led to the suppression and censorship of truthful information on a scale never seen before. The lawsuit provides example after example of truthful information that was censored by social media companies that were admitted at a later date to be truthful or credible, including the Hunter Biden laptop story, the COVID-19 lab leak theory, and the efficacy of masks. Discovery obtained by Missouri and Louisiana demonstrated the Biden administration's coordination with social media companies and collusion with nonprofits to censor speech was far more pervasive and destructive than ever known. Documents reveal multiple White House officials, from the former press secretary to the digital director, relentlessly pressuring social media companies to remove specific posts or accounts or expand censorship practices. The White House wanted posts censored from Fox News host Tucker Carlson, even though Facebook found that the content did not violate its policies. The White House also asked for unfavorable news to be put, quote, in context with specific talking points, along with amplification of Biden administration messaging and FAQs. Missouri and Louisiana also deposed Dr. Anthony Fauci. This deposition showed that when Dr. Fauci spoke, big tech censored. For example, Dr. Fauci was aware early in the pandemic that his agency had funded dangerous gain-of-function research on the coronavirus at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, but he sought to discredit and suppress the theory that COVID-19 leaked from a lab to deflect blame and avoid potential responsibility for the pandemic. In his deposition, Dr. Fauci claimed 174 times that he could not recall, including about critical details related to gain-of-function research and other issues associated with the lab leak theory and the government's response to the pandemic. Because of Dr. Fauci's influence, social media platforms censored the lab leak theory and other COVID-19 viewpoints that Dr. Fauci and his cabal of experts disfavored. Missouri and Louisiana also deposed the FBI agent about the Hunter Biden laptop story. This deposition and relevant documents revealed that the FBI deliberately planted false information about hack and leak operations in advance of the Hunter Biden laptop story coming out in order to deceive social media platforms into censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story. The FBI also flagged social media accounts for censorship on a monthly basis and have an estimated 50% success rate in getting reported disinformation removed or censored. The Missouri versus Biden lawsuit also obtained documents revealing that multiple federal agencies have pressured and colluded with big tech or social media companies to flag and censor large number of accounts and posts, especially related to public health and elections. The federal government has even created public-private partnerships to expand its censorship reach. Without the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit and the subsequent disclosures in the Twitter files, Americans would have never known about the Biden administration's coordination, collusion, and coercion to censor speech. President Biden and his administration may lust for its own ministry of truth, but I, along with millions of Americans, will never stop fighting for the God-given right to speak your mind, freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Americans have enshrined the First Amendment in our Constitution more than 230 years ago, for good reason and for times such as these. We cannot allow the Biden administration to infringe upon the freedoms that we cherish and that have been purchased by the sacrifice of millions of Americans. Freedom of speech is vital to our country and our people. In many ways, it's our pressure release valve. We must stop the Biden administration's threat to free speech so that America can remain the freest country in the history of the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Mr. Attorney General, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and the distinguished members of this select subcommittee. Mr. Chairman, I would ask if I could correct the record quickly. Ms. Plaskett fails to recognize that I submitted a letter on my own condemning all violence, all political violence, and urged my colleagues to do the same. Since I would remind everyone that violence throughout that past year had inflicted a lot of damage on other federal buildings as well. And so I would like to submit that letter for the record.
That's
just to
not a
correct the
correction.
record.
Gentlelady's out of order.
That's not a correction.
Time belongs-
I said he refused to join the 50
Order.
other attorneys.
General Lady has not been recognized. Time belongs to the Attorney General from the state of Louisiana. Mr. Landry, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for the opportunity to join Congress today, along with my former colleague and now U.S. Senator Schmidt from Missouri and Mr. Sauer to discuss the findings of our federal government censorship case, Louisiana and Missouri versus Biden. Since I was sworn in as the Attorney General in 2016, I have been ringing alarm bells about big tech. In fact, in 2018, I led a bipartisan discussion of attorney generals about the dangers that I saw regarding big tech. It was a bipartisan, multi-state coalition. Back then, the big story was the election of President Trump, and some were quick to blame social media platforms, especially Facebook, for enabling fake news to spread. Then, social media was actively used to tip the scales in President Biden's favor in 2020 by censoring real news, such as the Hunter Biden laptop story, among others. Despite all of this, federal agencies have been allowed to co-opt these private companies and use social media platforms to infringe upon the First Amendment rights of Americans. Let's look at the COVID-19 pandemic. During that time, Facebook had close to 3 billion users worldwide, with roughly 124 million in the US alone. In 2021, 66% of US adults used Facebook, while 23% used Instagram. Over 500 million tweets were posted daily during the pandemic by more than 340 million users on Twitter. On YouTube, roughly 500 hours of video content were uploaded every minute, with more than 4 billion hours of video viewed each month. More than 72% of US adults used the platform. Why is this important? Because our lawsuit has uncovered a censorship enterprise that spans numerous government institutions and all major social media platforms. And that censorship enterprise has been widely successful in achieving its goals. White House Director of Digital Strategy, Robert Flattery, was impressed when YouTube reported their success in reducing watch time of borderline content by 70%. This is what we found in our case. The FBI claims a success rate of 50% in getting platforms to censor content flagged as misinformation. The Election Integrity Partnership, now known as the Virality Project, bragged that 4 major platforms they worked with all had high response rates and that 35% of URLs shared with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube were either labeled, removed, or soft blocked. As a result of this collusion between social media companies and the CDC, NIH, NIAID, American citizens, scientists, and journalists were shadow banned, censored, silenced, and deplatformed for their valid concern about lockdowns, masks, COVID vaccines, and more. Robert Kennedy Jr., the nephew of a president, the son of the former U.S. Attorney General of this country, the nephew of a distinguished U.S. Senator who, by the way, was a Democrat, was censored. Tucker Carlson, who hosted the top-rated primetime television news, was also censored, as so were millions of Americans, while deceitful and manipulative voices like Dr. Anthony Fauci were elevated. This censorship enterprise knows no bounds, and it's not limited in scope to COVID-19 or elections. Yet many of the committee members will sit here today and say, what can we do? I say, bring the federal government to heel. No one in this chamber on both sides of the aisle should be opposed to that. And I applaud this body's efforts and the chairman for passing the Protecting Speech and Government Interference Act. However, I would offer that it just doesn't go far enough. And I would ask those on the left to join in making it tougher. The time has come when we must hold federal employees and contractors and federal actors accountable by terminating both their jobs and their retirement for violating the First Amendment of American citizens. If they participate in violating American citizens' First Amendment rights, and that's what a court finds, then those are the penalties that should be imposed. This chamber should also draft legislation that will open the pathway for legal liability for such conduct, so that American citizens have a right of action against their own government in protecting their, and I repeat, their First Amendment rights. There must be a penalty, or this problem will never be solved. And if you would like to understand exactly how bad this problem has become, I invite you to read our satirical pamphlet, The Censorship Enterprise. The Future is Now, which is basically the federal government's guide to limiting disfavored speech. If you're not disturbed by that document, you're either complicit or contributing to the problem. But know that the state of Louisiana and Missouri are fighting back against this vast government censorship in our federal courts today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney General Landry. We appreciate you coming here and testifying today, as well as Senator Schmidt. And we'll let you move on to your other responsibilities, and we'll get to our next witnesses. But thank you both for your leadership.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for a point of order. If he'll state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses are being dismissed without the ability to cross-examine their statements. They've made some outlandish allegations here, and consistent with the work of this committee, especially this Select Committee, and congressional hearings in general, we should have the ability to question their statements.
Yeah, it's a longstanding practice of the committee to, when you have our colleagues from the other side of the aisle and other officials, to let them testify.
No. These witnesses, Mr. Chairman, these witnesses were direct witnesses as to the cases that they brought. When we bring in our colleagues from the Senate and other colleagues from the House, we extend them a courtesy. Many times we do not even swear them. We do not require them to take an oath. We allow their testimony in a ceremonial or in a non-substantive way. But these two witnesses have just presented evidence that I think in part is false. And I would like the opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. And if this...
Those witnesses aren't here.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
You will get a chance to cross-examine Mr. Sauer. You've not stated a point of order here. Then I'll recognize the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Isn't it true that even in recent days...
Claiming my time.
No, you're not recognized, sir. Isn't it true that even...
Yes, I am. I was recognized. Sir, he did recognize me.
Well, point of order. I'm now recognizing Mr. Johnson because you're not stating your point of order any longer. You're making a speech.
And my point of order, Mr. Chairman, is to recall, isn't it true that in recent days, even colleagues like Congressman Jamie Raskin presented testimony that was pretty salacious and was allowed to leave the room, and we were not allowed to cross-examine him. Isn't that true?
Mr. Chairman, in response to the
will
gentleman's...
The committee
Point
will
of order,
abide by the
state.
custom of the House.
Salacious
so
has
we
to
let
do
people
with sexual
testify.
content, and I don't think that our colleague, Mr. Raskin, presented salacious comment. I would ask that
Well,
that
let's call it
characterization
outrageous
be
then. I'll
taken
use the same
down.
term that my colleague did.
That word be taken down because it's false
I think
and
you
it's
just said outrageous.
Mr. Chairman,
inflammatory.
in debate on the point
Gentleman
of
from
order...
Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, in
Committee will
debate...
be in order.
on
The
the
gentleman from
point of
Louisiana
order.
said it was not salacious, it was outrageous. He changed the term. We will now
Mr.
get
Chairman,
to other
in de-
witnesses.
No,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in debate on the point of order, please, that was
Chairman.
just raised.
Gentle lady
Chairman,
from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much. And the Attorney General is not from, Mr. Landry is not a member of Congress, is not entitled to an extension of courtesy that we give to some of our colleagues or even former colleagues. He is the Attorney General
We extended
of
the
a state.
same. I would just say to the gentle lady from
He
Florida,
was a
we
mem-
extended the same courtesy to Attorney General Landry, former member of the
Mr.
United States
Raskin
Congress,
was a
that we
member-
extended to Tulsi Gabbard, former member of the United States Congress.
That
We're
was a
being
member
consistent.
panel. Mr.
The
Chairman,
chair now recognizes
that was a
Mr.
member panel. This
Sauer
is not a
for
member
his
panel.
5 minutes of testimony.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Sauer,
on
you are
the point
recognized.
of order, on the point of order, at least, if we're not going to have the ability to cross-examine, I would move that we move to strike the testimony provided by Senator Schmidt and Attorney General Landry. If we're not going to observe...
You mean you want to censor it? Is that, you want to censor their
I want to
testimony?
strike it. I want to strike it. I want to strike it. If we aren't able to probe the veracity of their statements, the truthfulness of their statements,
You will be given your 5 minutes here when we get to the 5 minutes.
they're
of
not
questions.
here.
They're not here to
They're
question.
absent.
Understand
They
that.
cannot
You will be able to
they
ask-
have scurried
you can-
away
you
with
can-
your complicity.
They
They refuse
have
to
not
defend.
scurried away. They
in
were
a country
dismissed
of
like all witnesses were
330
dismissed.
million
The chair
people,
recognizes
you
Mr.
couldn't
Sauer
find 2 people
for his
to
5
defend
minutes
their
of
statements.
testimony.
That's pretty disgraceful.
Mr. Sauer,
If
you are
allowing them
recognized.
to leave is not weaponization, I don't know what is,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, right.
Thank you all
It will
for
be in order,
illustrating
Mr.
our
Sauer, you
point. Thank you.
recognize. Gentlemen may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Plaskett.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn. I move to adjourn.
The gentleman's not
This is a
recognized.
mockery. This is a mockery and a disgrace. And it's shameful
Gentleman's not
that
been
you participate in
recognized.
this.
The gentleman, Mr. Sauer, is recognized for his 5 minutes of testimony.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Motion to
And it is
adjourn.
not debatable,
It's not
Mr.
debatable.
If you don't know the rules of the committee, then talk to your parliamentarian.
Well, you weren't recognized for your motion.
Nor are you
Mr.
following the rules of
Sauer
the
is
committee. You can't
recognized
speak
for
out of
his
order.
5 minutes.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You're out of order.
Mr. Sauer, you
Listen
can
to your own
proceed.
words.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the subcommittee. Imagine a world where White House officials email the New York Times editorial board when the paper runs a story criticizing the president. They abuse the paper in profane language and demand that it immediately pull the offending story from its website, while the White House publicly threatens devastating legal consequences if the paper doesn't comply, and it does. Imagine a world where the FBI every month sends all the major booksellers in the United States an encrypted list of the books that the FBI wants them to pull from their shelves that month and burn, and the booksellers comply by burning at least half of those books. Imagine a world where a federal national security agency teams up with a major research university to establish a mass surveillance program of ordinary Americans' political thoughts and opinions. They use swarms of analysts and cutting-edge technology to monitor hundreds of millions of domestic political communications in real time and covertly censor millions of them. These 3 scenarios do not come from a hypothetical dystopian future. The first 2 are very similar to what federal officials are doing with social media platforms now. And the third scenario is not hypothetical at all. That mass surveillance and mass censorship program started operating in 2020. Last July, the plaintiffs in Louisiana and Missouri against Biden received a limited discovery of communications about censorship between federal officials and social media platforms. What we obtained was astonishing, staggering, and horrifying. A veritable army of federal officials pressures, threatens, coerces, colludes with, demands, and deceives social media platforms to censor online speech. Our evidence shows White House officials badgering social media platforms in private to censor speech that contradicts the White House's preferred narratives, while the president publicly accuses them of, quote, killing people by not censoring enough of ordinary American speech. And the president's spokespeople raise the specter of crippling legal consequences if they don't comply. One major platform responds to White House demands by assuring them, we hear your call to do more, and it scrambles to carry out, quote, what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward. Our evidence shows federal officials routinely flagging social media posts by ordinary Americans for censorship. It shows federal officials orchestrating elaborate plots of deception to dupe platforms into censoring disfavored speech. It shows federal officials engaging in seemingly endless meetings with the content moderation officers of major platforms to discuss disinformation and censorship. It shows federal officials serving as privileged fact checkers with effective authority to dictate what Americans can and cannot say on matters of immense public importance on social media. And it shows federal officials relentlessly pressuring social media platforms by threatening them with ruinous legal consequences if they do not cave to the federal demands for censorship. Truth is not the goal of this federal censorship enterprise. The censors have been proven wrong again and again, including on politically seismic issues. But each time the censors are proven wrong, the censorship has continued unabated, and it expands. And that is because now, as at every other time in human history, the goal of censorship is not to promote truth. It's to obtain, preserve, and expand political power. Censorship is not necessary to protect Americans' lives, security, or democracy. Systematically violating the most basic civil right of millions of Americans does not make Americans safer or healthier. Federal censorship is not democratic. It stifles the voices of ordinary Americans and places the channels of public debate under the command and control of elites. Censorship inflicts lasting harm on Americans by impeding the pursuit of truth in a free marketplace of ideas. The Supreme Court describes social media as the modern public square. For years, federal officials have been perpetrating a hostile takeover of that modern public square, and this hostile takeover has largely succeeded. Congress should take swift action to banish the federal censors and restore the freedom of speech to social media. I welcome the subcommittee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sauer. Mr. Seligman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee. The focus of today's hearing is allegations of censorship by social media platforms, purportedly at the direction of the federal government. Once again, it bears repeating. The First Amendment applies to governmental restrictions of speech, not private conduct. The plaintiffs in Missouri v. Biden instead argue that the federal government coerced those platforms into censoring disfavored speech through the application of the platform's own content moderation policies. For reasons I detail in my written testimony, that contention lacks a reasonable basis in law and fact. In short, governmental officials offered their suggestions to platforms about misinformation, and no threat of adverse governmental action ever attached to whether those platforms took those suggestions or not. Social media platforms' content moderation decisions have always rested and remain with the platforms themselves. By attacking those platforms' attempts to combat misinformation, the plaintiffs in cases like Missouri v. Biden do disservice to the principles of free speech that they claim to support, and they invite the grave consequences of misinformation that they seek to spread themselves unchecked. It is perhaps not a coincidence that the proponents of measures that would handicap social media platforms' efforts to combat misinformation are often prolific purveyors of misinformation themselves. Senator Schmidt and Attorney General Landry, who just testified, filed a brief in the Supreme Court supporting a suit by the state of Texas seeking to block the counting of electoral votes from 4 states that President Biden won. Over 100 members of Congress, including members of this committee today, also filed briefs supporting that suit. Texas's complaint included the fantastical claim that the statistical likelihood that President Biden fairly won the 2020 election was less than 1 in quadrillion. That is false. Members of this committee have claimed that Dominion voting machines fraudulently flipped votes from Trump to Biden. That is false. Members of this committee have claimed that thousands of ballots were cast on behalf of dead and unqualified voters. That is false. Members of this committee have claimed that election workers around the country counted fake or fraudulent votes. That is false. And on October 19th, 2020, Chairman Jordan tweeted that Democrats are trying to steal the election after the election. That is false. Lies like these corrode Americans' faith in the integrity of our elections and our democracy. Those elections are, without question, fundamentally sound. These falsehoods form the foundation of an unprecedented effort to reverse the results of a presidential election. And they are just a drop in the bucket, a drop in the ocean of the flood of lies that flooded social media in the weeks and months after the 2020 presidential election. This is not idle political theater. Across the country, election workers have been targeted by extremists with threats of horrific violence as retaliation for their alleged complicity in a stolen election. And just over 2 years ago, a violent mob stormed the Capitol building in an attempt to disrupt Congress's count of electoral votes. Some in that mob erected gallows on the steps of the Capitol not far from where we sit today. After the vice president honorably confirmed that he would abide by his constitutional duty, some in that mob chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." They did so because someone told them the lie, that the election was stolen. And they did so because someone told them the lie, that Vice President Pence had the power to reverse the results. Whether or not our Constitution and our fidelity to the principles of the First Amendment permits us to punish or prosecute those who told those lies, surely we can recognize the damage done. And surely we can recognize that the social media platforms, which now serve as the main channels of misinformation, need all the help they can get in combating it. It is both constitutional and consonant with the principles of the First Amendment for government experts to help social media networks in identifying misinformation and to encourage those networks to stop spreading it and amplifying it. I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank the gentleman for his testimony. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Seligman, isn't it true that Democrats objected to President George W. Bush's victory in 2000 on the House floor?
Yes, it is.
Isn't it true that Democrats objected to President George W. Bush's victory in 2004?
Yes.
I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentlelady. The irony is so thick in the room today that you could cut it with a knife. First of all, the Democrat's sole witness is this gentleman that comes to us from the Constitutional Law Center at Stanford Law School, where less than 2 weeks ago, the dean had to order mandatory training in the First Amendment to faculty and students after her apology for the debacle of them shouting down a Fifth Circuit appellate court judge. Were you present for that event?
No, I was not.
Okay. Well, and you just told us that we basically, the media networks need to censor viewpoints they disagree with. It's unbelievable. The other irony is that our Louisiana Attorney General, Jeff Landry, just explained to us in detail and put on a brilliant presentation with all the evidence pointing out that there is literally a censorship enterprise now in the Biden administration. And not 5 minutes later, our colleagues over here objected and wanted to strike his testimony as being too objectionable. I mean, we're illustrating the point right here as all of you talk. Many actors in the Biden administration, many of them, have and continue to harass and pressure social media companies to censor COVID-19 content. That's just one of the subcategories here that I wanted to drill down on. That doesn't align with their chosen narrative because when people talk about the origins or the effectiveness of lockdowns or the mask mandates, et cetera, the benefits of natural immunity, they wanted to censor and silence that, and they did. Through the great work, Mr. Sauer, of you and many others in the states of Louisiana and Missouri, we now know that there was a coordinated campaign of both public and private pressure against the social media platforms. And who did it come from? As you pointed out, President Biden himself, senior White House staff, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the CDC. They targeted opposing COVID viewpoints. They targeted the viewpoints, folks. If you're watching at home, they volume censored you. They turned you down and they kicked people off the platforms because they said things that went against the administration's narrative. One piece of COVID information that President Biden's administration labeled as misinformation was the belief that the virus originated from a lab in China. We now know that is no longer just a theory, it's likely true, as some of the agencies of the government have had to admit now. Dr. Fauci himself was instrumental in contradicting the lab leak discourse from the very beginning of the pandemic. And listen, everybody needs to pay attention to this. He commissioned a research paper to discredit the theory. Can you please share with us what his interest was in covering up the lab leak theory, Mr. Sauer? What do you think about that?
Thank you, Congressman. The evidence in our case indicates that going back to 2011, Dr. Fauci had been a public advocate in favor of gain-of-function research that, starting at least in 2014, NIAID, under his direction, had publicly funded gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses in the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and that in early 2020, when the virus was new, he became aware from briefings from his staff and emails from Jeremy Farrar of the Wellcome Institute in the United Kingdom that there was a grave risk that the virus had in fact leaked from that institution where NIAID-funded research on gain-of-function on viruses had been conducted, and you see an elaborate plot, a deceptive plot, to try and discredit that theory at that time.
And NIAID was his agency. When he was asked at a White House briefing about this report that he commissioned, he claimed he was unfamiliar with the authors of the study, even though he was instrumental in every single step of its creation. I have a video, if we can play that real quickly. We'll look at it in his own words. Go ahead. All right, well, they're trying to fix that. What Dr. Fauci says there in his own words is that he has no idea anything about the authors of the study, even though he's the one that orchestrated the whole thing. When he was asked in a deposition about his role in suppressing the lab leak origin theory, among other things, he said, and we have another video, it's not gonna work, I'm sure, he said 300-something times that he doesn't recall, he doesn't remember. He isn't the only bad actor. Mr. Sauer, can you please elaborate on the ripple effects of President Biden publicly saying social media companies are killing people by failing to remove COVID information that his party disagrees with?
Evidence indicates that that was a critical watershed in the Biden administration's pressure campaign to attack Facebook in particular, but also social media platforms in 2021. And what you see is these amazing emails right after that July 16, 2021 comment from President Biden that they're killing people, from very senior Facebook, C-suite Facebook executives desperately scrambling to get back in the White House's good graces and assuring them, we will do what you want. We will carry out, quote, what the White House expects of us on misinformation going forward.
It has an incredible effect of chilling the speech of Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet.
First of all, I want to correct the statement my colleague made that my objections were to the substance or content of the two witnesses that are now departed. My objection, as I stated before, was that if we are not going to observe the right to cross-examine witnesses that are providing substantive testimony before this committee, then we should strike that. And that is the practice in federal courts when much is at stake. And it is a device that ensures that when people take a stand and offer evidence, that we can test the veracity of their statements. But that is not the case in this hearing. The chair and the majority have chosen to allow witnesses to offer substantive testimony here and then have allowed them to scurry away and not face cross-examination or the testing of the statements they have made. You know, it's ironic that we began this hearing with a Pledge of Allegiance. We all stood and put our hands on our hearts and looked at the flag. Then we turned around and we eviscerated the very process here that would protect rights, protect the integrity of this hearing, to elicit the truth. and to test the statements and testimony that are brought before us. This is such a departure. This is such a departure from regular order and the usual process of congressional hearings that I'm compelled to strike that, to ask to strike that testimony, because it's not worth anything if it can't be tested. Congress, or the American people, should not be able to rely on that information if it is not tested, not truthful. And so, Mr. Chairman, I resume my motion to adjourn, and I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman moves to adjourn. The committee will suspend while we get prepared to have the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Chair, may the time be suspended, please, for that?
It is suspended.
It's still going, clock going
Oh,
down.
the clock for Mr. Yeah, we will hold the time for Mr.
Thank
Lynch.
you.
We'll get the clerk out here and we'll have the vote.
Ms. Jordan, point of inquiry.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've testified before committee even during the 2 years I was out of Congress, and you and I have been here for more than a decade together. Have we ever cross-examined a current U.S. Senator who testified before any committee that you or I were on?
Nope, we have not.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Clerk,
debating the
I
point of
understand.
order.
No, it was
Asking
as a point of inquiry. I just asked the question of the
Clerk
chairman.
will call the roll on the gentleman's motion from Massachusetts.
Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. No. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Stewart. Ms. Stefanik. No. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Kamak. Ms. Kamak votes no. Ms. Hageman. No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Plaskett. Mr. Lynch.
Yes.
Mr. Lynch votes yes. Ms. Sanchez.
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mr. Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Allred. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Goldman.
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. Plaskett, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Ms. Plaskett votes aye. Mr. Stewart, you're not recorded. Mr. Stewart votes no.
All members voted. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes and 12 noes.
Motion fails. The gentleman is recognized for the remainder of his 5 minutes of question.
Mr. Chairman, point of
The
inquiry.
gentlelady is recognized from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to unconfuse the record. I mean, sometimes I hear you talk about Mr. Landry as appearing as a former member of Congress, and sometimes I hear you saying was Louisiana Attorney General.
Well, those are both true statements.
Those are two statements, but in what capacity was he testifying today? As a former member or as an elected state official?
He was testifying as a witness in front of the Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for his 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in his 5 minutes of questioning.
In what capacity, sir?
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I should get an answer in what capacity he was here.
He was in the capacity of a witness in front of our committee. That was his capacity.
Attorney General.
Yeah, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So is the president now set that any state official that
Precedent's
comes
now
is going
set
to
that
be
the
excused?
gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for the remainder of his 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Regular
like
order.
an answer.
Mr. Seligman, In the Missouri versus Biden complaint, today's witnesses, who are now departed, claimed that a February 2022 Department of Homeland Security threat bulletin somehow harmed them by warning that online disinformation could lead to real physical threats. I ask unanimous consent to introduce this February 7, 2022 National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin.
Without objection.
Mr. Seligman, this warning obviously was not far-fetched, as evidenced by the events of January 6th. Members of the extremist groups like Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and 3%ers did not hesitate in calling for perpetrating violence on the basis of false or misleading election fraud narratives, and we need only to remember the chants of "Hang Mike Pence" outside this U.S. Capitol. I would also underscore that more than 60 lawsuits brought by President Trump and his supporters, especially Rudy Giuliani, following the 2020 presidential election failed because they lacked evidence to support them. Professor Seligman, do you agree that false or misleading narratives about the substantive election fraud could lead to calls for violence around elections?
Yes, I do.
Professor Seligman, the witness that were sitting next to you seemed to think that it is censorship for DHS to warn that online disinformation could lead to election violence. Could you walk us through how disinformation can lead to that election violence?
Yes, Mr. Lynch. So if 100 million people see a false claim about voter fraud or election interference on a social media website, some number of those 100 million people may become outraged to a degree that they are willing to commit acts of violence. And that's exactly what we saw in the aftermath of the 2020 election, that these false narratives, these false statements of fact about the integrity of the election in 2020 were propagated. Millions, hundreds of millions of people saw them, and some small number of those people took matters into their own hands and committed acts of violence that the members of this committee have seen.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would point out that last Congress, the Democrats ran a committee in that Congress for a year and a half, which gave no ability to the Republicans to cross-examine one single witness. So we do believe the ability to cross-examine is important. We also believe in following the custom.
That's
Mr.
false.
Sauer.
You couldn't question witnesses at a
Mr.
hearing?
Sauer.
You are not allowed to question witnesses at a hearing? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Sauer, you deposed Dr. Fauci.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman, could you clarify that statement, because I find it incredibly hard to believe.
Point of order, that's not a point of order.
What basis in fact do you
General Landry
have
has not
for
stated a point of
making
order.
that assertion?
The chair now
Are
represents
we
himself
just
for
here
his
to
5 minutes
allege
of-
wild
5 minutes of
allegations
questioning.
and have no factual
Mr. Sauer,
thing to pick it up?
the gentlewoman has not been recognized. Mr. Sauer, you deposed Dr. Fauci last fall. In that deposition, you asked him the question, you said, is it important for people to have access to both sides of the debate so they can assess what's good information and what's bad information? Remember that question you asked Dr. Fauci? And here was his response. He said, Dr. Fauci said, well, you know, it depends. If information is clearly inadequate and statistically not sound, there can be a danger in people who don't have the ability or the experience to understand. Mr. Sauer, do you forfeit your First Amendment rights if you can't tell good information from bad information? That's not how our First Amendment works, is it? You need to turn on your mic if you can, Mr. Sauer. Is the First Amendment only those for those people who have the ability or experience to understand?
No, it is for all Americans.
All Americans, all 330 million of us, is that right?
That's correct.
Not just for the special people, not just for the super smart people like Dr. Fauci, who worked 40 years in our government, highest paid guy. Not just for them, it's for all of us, right?
Absolutely right.
Even if maybe you don't know the difference sometimes between what's good or bad information, you still have your First Amendment liberties under our Constitution.
Both to hear and to speak, absolutely.
Exactly right. By the way, when you deposed Dr. Fauci, how many times did he happen to say he didn't know or couldn't remember?
He said, I do not recall, or variations thereof 174 times, and adding in variations if I don't remember, at least 212 times.
Wow. Smartest man on the planet couldn't remember 212 times?
He couldn't remember things, including things that he had told the national media, quote, I remember it very well. Then he would say 16 times, I don't recall details of that meeting.
Now you you were near the top of your class at Harvard Law School, Rhodes Scholar, is that right, Mr. Sauer?
I've submitted a biographical statement.
Yeah. Well, I looked at your biography. It's pretty impressive. Is that pretty high? You've done a lot of depositions. You've done a lot of legal work. You've deposed a lot of people. Is 212 times pretty high?
I've taken dozens of depositions. I've never seen anything like it, including in this case where other federal government witnesses frequently profess inability to recall.
So the guy who told us all these things, who's, the smartest man on the planet, he set a record. Highest you've ever seen and couldn't recall, didn't remember?
I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, page 4 of your testimony, you talk about the censorship enterprise. You give a bunch of facts and numbers here. You said Twitter disclosed that 84 government officials communicated with them, or as Mr. Seligman said, gave them suggestions. 84 federal officials gave Twitter suggestions on tweets and things to take down. 45 officials in the federal government told the same thing to Facebook. Is that right?
They discussed disinformation and censorship with those officials.
Yeah, a handful of federal agencies handed over 20,000 pages of documents in the communications they had with these big tech companies. Again, just suggestions, though, according to Mr. Seligman. 20 White House officials were involved in these suggestions to these social media platforms.
That's conservative. It's probably higher.
Yeah. FBI agent Elvis Chan testified the FBI alone sends encrypted lists to social media accounts, sometimes containing hundreds of accounts and URLs in each list to platforms for censorship 1 to 5 times per month. 500 times a month, 500 different email or websites, everything else they're sending to these social media platforms. The FBI, and Mr. Seligman says, don't worry, that's not a problem with the First Amendment. That's a suggestion.
Yes, over the course of years, that's been occurring.
The Election Integrity Partnership, a censorship consortium of academics, think tanks, federal and state government officials, social media platforms boast that it surveilled 859 million tweets, 21,897,364 tweets on tickets as misinformation. Is that right?
That's correct.
You learned this in your discovery in your lawsuit so far?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the Virality Project, a mass surveillance and censorship operation conducted by the EIP, has done over 6.7 million engagements on social media, 200 million. Now, let me just ask you this. Were most of those targets towards conservatives?
Virtually everything we've seen in evidence so far, or at least the vast majority of what we've seen in so far, is conservative, right-leaning speech.
But you would be just as outraged. I read your testimony. You'd be just as outraged if it was the other way around, right?
Absolutely.
Same here. Same here. Because the First Amendment, again, is not just for some people, not just for one political persuasion, not just for the so-called smart people like Dr. Fauci. It's for 330-some million Americans. That's how our Constitution works. Is that right, Mr. Sauer?
Every single American.
I thank the gentleman for his answers.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated January 12, 2021 by Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry, where he decries all political violence and calls for an end to that and asks for respect for all political viewpoints.
Without objection.
Another thing we can examine because he's not here.
Very good. No, you can examine it. It's a document. He's going to
No,
enter into the
examine
record.
him for what he wrote and the intent behind what he said.
Well, I would
But,
just point out that that's unanimous consents are for documents, and we got the document right here that he handed to you.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent.
The chair now recognizes Ms.
Mr.
Wasserman
Chairman,
Schultz for her 5
I have a
minutes.
unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
I have a unanimous.
Oh, okay. Gentlelady is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record the Merriam-Webster's definition of salacious, which says arousing or appealing to sexual desire or imagination, lecherous or lustful, so that my colleague from Louisiana will not misuse that when describing the testimony of our colleagues here in Congress.
Well, as Senator Schmidt said earlier, there was a lust for censorship, but I'll withdraw the word.
I would ask that it be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman. It's a document.
Yeah.
I said
already
outrageous,
without
but I'll
objection.
withdraw it.
I don't think the gentleman's objecting, so it's entered into the record. The gentlelady from
Thank
Florida,
you.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our third hearing, and unlike the previous two, I find it ironic that the Republican majority brought us a witness who actually weaponized the government himself. Mr. Sauer, Sunshine record requests show that you worked with the Republican Attorneys General Association and its dark money political arm, the Rule of Law Defense Fund. They also indicate that you took part in these groups' quote-unquote war games on how to respond if Trump lost the 2020 election. Very quickly with a yes or no answer, please, Mr. Sauer. Is that correct? Yes or no? The answer is yes? No? Yes or no? You worked with the Republican Attorneys General Association and its dark money political arm, the Rule of Law Defense Fund. Sunshine record requests show that you did. And to confirm that, I have an official state email that points to your involvement in these political efforts, and I ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record.
Without objection. Ms. Sauer, make sure your microphone's turned on.
So the answer to that question is yes, Mr. Sauer?
That is not what I said. I said that you've significantly mischaracterized those
Okay, Mr.
involvements.
Sauer, I remind you that you're under oath, and behind me, and I just entered it into the record, I have a copy of an official state email where you responded to a message on these war games, very specifically. Okay, Mr. Sauer, the Rule of Law Defense Fund put out a robocall recruiting people to march on the Capitol on January 6th to quote-unquote stop the steal. Can we play that for, please? Okay. Okay, it's also, you can see that recorded message behind me. I must say, Mr. Sauer, when you planned, okay, let's move on past the audio. When you planned with these groups, what you planned with these groups was certainly no game, but it definitely resembled a war. You can see the pictures. This is an excerpt of the audio call. Now, these same dark money groups held at least 30 meetings for state attorney general senior staffers, including you, during the 2020 presidential campaign, even though I'm sure you knew that Missouri law bars state employees from using state resources for political activity. Missouri lawmakers were wise enough to make it illegal to weaponize state government facilities for political purposes, or in this case, to subvert America's democracy. Approximately how many of these political meetings did you attend while in your office and using state resources? And before answering, let me remind you, your Fifth Amendment protections against self-incrimination do apply here if you need to use them.
None of the meetings I attended were political. I attended one meeting by Zoom that discussed legal issues only. So
Okay.
everything you've
Those
said
were-
about the characterization,
okay.
if I may, everything you've said about that characterization is
Reclaiming my
misleading.
time, Attorney General staff members also attended one of these war games meetings on January 5th, 2021, on the very eve of the insurrection. Mr. Sauer, did you attend or participate in this meeting on January 5th, 2021? And can you share with us what war game strategies you discussed?
I did not attend in that meeting. I was unaware of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure of the meeting you're referring to.
Okay, more bluntly, Mr. Sauer, did you violate Missouri Statute Section 36.157 by using state resources on official time to collude with political groups to prevent America's peaceful transfer of power?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for finally bringing a witness before us that has personally weaponized the government. Mr. Sauer did participate in war game meetings with the dark money group, the Republican Attorneys General Association. Given what we know and just heard, clearly my Republican colleagues would support further investigation into this matter. We have evidence. This is a state email suffix. It was during the time of day, during the work hours. So I move that the chair issue subpoenas to Mr. Sauer requesting any and all correspondence relating to their political involvement in the January 6th insurrection and dark money groups while using state resources. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman. And then we need to hold the time, please.
Yeah, hold the timer just a second.
We have to roll the time back by about 6 or 7 seconds.
Okay, the gentlelady has moved to issue a subpoena. We will have a roll call vote on that, and gentlelady will suspend while we get the clerk prepared for that vote.
I make a motion to table.
Gentleman's made a motion to table the motion to issue a subpoena. As the clerks are getting ready, let us sort this out.
It's fine. Just want to point out that they're tabling the motion so that we can't get more information that shows that Mr. Sauer weaponized government, used and violated Missouri state law by
Okay, hold on. We have a motion
by
pending.
colluding with a political
The gentlelady will
organization
suspend.
to
The gentlelady will
overturn a presidential election.
The motion to table is not debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes yes. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes yes. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Kamak. Ms. Kamak votes yes. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Ms. Plaskett.
No.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Lynch. Ms. Sanchez.
No.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Garamendi. No. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Allred. Ms. Garcia.
Nay.
Ms. Garcia votes nay. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 10 ayes and 7 noes.
The motion carries, and it is tabled.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman's recognized. Complete her time.
I think we've made it very clear that the Republican majority has no interest in investigating true violations of the weaponization of government. They just tabled a motion to get more information to demonstrate that, and I'd ask with the remainder of my time, I think the video is ready so that we can play it. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can we play the video, please?
Is that video ready?
Okay. I guess it's still not working. It would be nice if we could get the audio visuals working here in the committee. This hearing is fixated on a red herring. Studies show conservative voices are more prevalent on social media. We need to make sure that we are getting to the bottom of the weaponization of the federal government. But this committee is only interested in selectively doing that, as evidenced by the fact that the Republican majority on this committee squashed getting us more evidence than what I have behind me that I've entered into the record to proves that this witness, Mr. Sauer, weaponized government and participated violating Missouri state law.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
In politicizing and trying to overturn an election.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try and return to the subject as much as I can of this hearing. Mr. Sauer, are you familiar with the case in California disputing the governor's order for universal ballots?
No, Congressman.
Okay, well, oddly enough, I was the plaintiff. So, and oddly enough, the governor then went to the legislature and got the authority to have universal ballots, and then the case was dismissed. Isn't part of free speech or the First Amendment the right of redress?
That is correct, to petition the government, exactly.
And petitioning the government has been widely considered to be including to make cases before the federal court when you believe that the Constitution is being violated or your free speech is being violated or due process is being violated. Those are all consistent with what we would broadly say is the First Amendment.
Correct.
And for the record, the First Amendment, incredibly short, and if we read it in its purest sense, you would say that Congress shall make no laws respecting. And that because it only says Congress, that it doesn't apply to anyone else. Have our courts, including our Supreme Court under 200 plus years, have they ever considered it that narrow?
No, Congressman.
So isn't it true that they basically consider censorship of free speech very broadly to include intimidation by federal, state, or local government authorities. Isn't that right?
Yes, intimidation and retaliation, among many other things.
So what was earlier called suggestion by the federal government, the vast power of the federal government, which could even include the IRS, one might think in this case, that kind of suggestion has historically been viewed as intimidation consistent with this relatively short statement about our right of free speech.
That's exactly right. There's overwhelming evidence in our case that contradicts the notion that these were mere suggestions from federal officials. It's completely factually baseless to state that.
So you earlier testified that the vast majority of this was one-sided and came from government officials who wanted to take down things which disagreed with the government in place at that time, which happened to be the government of Joe Biden, correct?
Correct.
So what we really have here is something similar to historically Nixon v. the IRS, if you remember that era, and that's not the actual case name, but what you have is the power of the executive branch being used to reduce the opposition or the redress or the free speech or the communication of people who might disagree with what was being put out by the executive branch, which happened to be a Democrat president.
That's exactly right. We see not just interference with free speech, but interference with the attempts to organize for political advocacy.
Now, is this an opinion, or are these indisputable facts based on the literally millions of events?
Yeah, the evidence is overwhelming, and we've submitted extensive evidence to the subcommittee.
So what we're dealing with here is tangible evidence that the other side of the aisle seems to want to talk around about the changing of what would have been public opinion if public opinion were freely allowed to occur without intervention by the federal government and, candidly, agents on behalf of them, including private entities that were paid to be part of this program.
That's correct, and you do see a concerted effort to change the subject.
So I would like to use the remainder of my time to give you an opportunity to speak to some of the personal attacks that were just made on you, if I could.
Very briefly, I would note that all the questions that came from the other side there were misleading in the way they were characterized. They mislead my involvement. There's no suggestion that anything I did was before the 2020 election was inappropriate or involved a misuse of state resources. I categorically deny that. It is false. That is misinformation. However, I recognize the member's right to say misinformation because you know what? That's protected by the First Amendment, contrary to what Mr. Seligman is suggesting in his testimony.
Well, I very much appreciate it, and hopefully we will return to the debate that allows both sides to speak without having personal attacks on their character, and I yield back.
Gentleman, time expired. The gentleman from Virginia.
Truth hurts. Truth hurts.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, been through a lot of hearings, seen a lot of member panels, and I must say, I find it disconcerting that we are not able to ask questions of two of our witnesses. If they're here to simply present their thoughts and their idle opinions, so be it. But if they are presenting themselves as quasi-experts on censorship, I think we have a right to question them. But even if Senator Schmidt and Attorney General Landry aren't here, I think it's important to note that every single witness of the majority took part in the effort to overturn the 2020 election. And all three of them have interconnecting relationships, very convenient for a panel. If we turn our attention to the screen, please, the email sent to state attorneys general.
Suspend the clock for me while we get that going.
I thank the chair. I don't think that's it. It's the email from Mr. Sauer. Mr. Chairman, I don't understand our technical problems, but Mr. Sauer sent out an email to states attorney
Start the
general.
clock again for me if you're going to testify. Okay. Gentlemen, continue.
Okay. And asked for responses by 12/9, 1 o'clock. Mr. Seligman, this email is signed by John Sauer. Is that the gentleman to your left?
I believe so.
When Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, Mr. Sauer was working for then Missouri Attorney General Schmidt, who testified here this morning. And they worked together to find 16 other Republican state attorneys general, including Attorney General Landry, who's running for governor, to join them in an amicus in support of a lawsuit to overcome the election. Now, his team filed this case on December 8th, and the Supreme Court rejected it 3 days later. Why did the Supreme Court reject?
So the Supreme Court rejected, so it didn't issue an opinion explaining why it rejected that. So I can't speculate about what was going through the minds of the justices. But I can tell you about the legal flaws in the complaint that rendered that decision correct. So the state of Texas sued other states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, for allegations that there were flaws in the election in those states. And the state of Texas claimed that it was injured as a state because the alleged maladministration of the election in other states somehow undermined its own sovereign rights in the Electoral College. And that is a radical and unprecedented claim that no court has ever accepted.
Including the Supreme Court.
Including the Supreme Court.
And one must say, they kind of dismissed it with dispatch.
That's correct. It was
3 days later.
Yes, it was 3 or 4 days later. Now, the Supreme Court dismissed it unanimously. A point of clarification about that, there was a concurrence in the dismissal by Justice Thomas and I believe Justice Alito explaining that they would accept the bill of complaint because they think as a matter of Supreme Court procedure, the Supreme Court can't just refuse jurisdiction, but then they went out of their way to say they would grant no other relief, which is to say that they would reject the claim on the merits.
So the allegations in the lawsuit range from claims of illegal voting to accusations about Dominion voting machines, now the subject of a civil defamation case with Fox News. Even Fox News reporters called the claims contained in the lawsuit dangerously insane. Why might Fox News reporters call this kind of lawsuit dangerously insane?
Well, the factual allegations that I believe they were referring to are demonstrably incorrect and have no basis in reality whatsoever. So, and it was apparent at the time as well. This is not something that just became apparent in the months and years after those allegations came to light.
Well, it's certainly comforting to know that we have a panel that includes 3 people who are involved in a lawsuit that has been declared dangerously insane by none other than Fox News reporters. That's a comfort. I thank you, Mr. Seligman, for your testimony, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Stewart, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Seligman, I'm curious, just as a sidebar, were you embarrassed by what happened at Stanford Law School a few weeks ago?
So I'd like to clarify that I am...
In regards to the suppression of free speech with the federal court, district court judge?
So I'd like to clarify that I am testifying here on my own behalf and not on behalf of...
I understand that. I'm just curious. I mean, I would imagine you would be embarrassed by that, but are you familiar with GDR, East German Stasi secret police?
I'm sorry, can you speak up
Are you
a little bit?
familiar with GDR, the East German Stasi secret police?
Generally, yes.
Generally, yeah. We know they use techniques of threats and intimidation, censorship in order to maintain and control and ensure continuation of government power. They're one of the most repressive and powerful forces that we've seen in our modern world. Now, I'd like to quote some of their objectives and some of their tactics that they would use. The aim of the Stasi was to switch off a group or private citizens by hindering any positive media or public exposure to their thoughts, views, and policy positions, including pressuring newspapers and other media. Would you be comfortable with the government using those kind of tactics in order to suppress thoughts, views, and policies?
If your question is whether I'm comfortable with the American government using the tactics of the East German Stasi, the answer is no.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer, do you see any difference between Stasi secret police tactics and government suppression of individual expression on social media?
Make sure your microphone's on. Sorry.
There's a very strong analogy to be drawn there, and it's based on overwhelming evidence.
Well, I see no difference at all.
It's a very close comparison.
I think it's an incredibly close comparison. I mean, I would reemphasize, including pressuring pressuring newspapers and other media in order to hinder any positive media or public exposure to their thoughts, views, or policy positions. There's no difference at all.
That's correct.
Let me give you one other example. We're talking about the East German Stasi and the tactics they used. Another one, conspicuous visits to homes or workplaces so that citizens would be aware of and intimidated by their presence and power. We had a journalist here who was not a conservative journalist, by the way. He was here for a matter of a few hours talking about the weaponization of the federal government, and during that time, the IRS showed up at his house, something that the Secretary of Treasury admitted only happens, so far as she knows, when someone is under investigation for fraud and they need a personal interview. That's the only time she knew of some IRS agent appearing at someone's house. That happened while he was here testifying for our committee. Mr. Seligman, does that appear as an unlikely coincidence to you?
I'm not familiar with factual details of Mr. Tidy's taxes.
As I've described it, does it seem unlikely to you?
I am not familiar with this incident, so I can't comment.
Well, I've explained the incident to you. He was testifying before Congress, and the IRS went to his home.
I have no idea whether it's a coincidence.
Okay, Mr. Sauer, how does it appear to you?
The timing is incredibly suspicious.
It's incredibly suspicious. And I'll quote again from Stasi Secret Police Tactics: conspicuous visits to homes and workplaces so that citizens would be aware and intimidated by their presence and power. I think my description to you is sufficient that you could make a judgment of that.
Again, I'm not familiar with the details of Mr. Tidy's taxes.
All right, so I'm surprised that you wouldn't want to condemn that. I'm surprised you wouldn't want to say, you know what, as you've described it to me, that makes me uncomfortable, that the IRS would show up at someone's home while they're testifying before Congress.
As a matter of principle, government retaliation for the exercise of free speech is problematic. It's wrong. I have no idea whether that has taken place in this
so
case.
conceding that you don't know if that's happened, you would be uncomfortable if that were the case.
I am uncomfortable with violations of the First Amendment.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about here. And I know you've seen on display the emotion of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm shocked that they don't want to condemn it. I'm stunned that they don't ask you the same questions that we ask. How in the world could anyone sit and listen to this and go, you know what, that's okay with me? Use the federal government as contractors to go suppress free speech. They don't do it themselves. They instead pressure and intimidate and threaten individuals and organizations to do it for them. There is no difference between that and what the Stasi secret police did. No difference at all. And if someone wants to stand and defend that, I will yield the last 7 seconds of my time to you. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. Votes have been called. The committee will stand in recess until the conclusion of this 9-vote series.
I'd like to call to order.
Can get rolling. Committee will come to order. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. Plaskett, for her 5 minutes of questions. Oh, can't do that. We don't have Mr. Sauer.
He's on his way.
Oh, okay.
He's walking right now.
We'll stay. Committee will suspend. I didn't look up. There we go. Apologize to our witnesses. We had some votes, but we'll now turn to the ranking member for 5 minutes question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before the break, our colleagues were concerned and accused Democrats of refusing to condemn something that we have no actual facts about. The case is beyond our factual understanding at this time, and other than what Republicans have told us today. Thanks to a long and exhaustive examination by the January 6th committee, however, we do know for a fact that the January 6th was spurred by President Trump, who used disinformation and violent rhetoric to egg on extremists and conspiracy theorists. And Senator Schmidt and Mr. Landry, the two witnesses who were dismissed before their extreme and false claims could be tested under cross-examination, played an active role in that. They were a key part of the Republican Attorney General's Association, which sponsored a robocall urging people to come to the Capitol on January 6th. That's what they were here for in their role as Attorney Generals during that time. My colleagues, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, attempted to play that call earlier, but technical difficulties prevented her from doing so. So I have asked that we can play that now so that everyone can see and hear exactly what Mr. Landry and Senator Schmidt did and the violence and chaos that resulted.
Calling from the Rule of Law Defense Fund with an important message. The March to Save America is tomorrow in Washington, D.C. at the Ellipse in President's Park between East Street and Constitution Avenue on the south side of the White House, with doors opening at 7 o'clock a.m. At 1 o'clock p.m., we will march to the Capitol building and call on Congress to stop the steal. We are hoping patriots like you will join us to continue to fight to protect the integrity of our elections. For more information, visit marchtosafeamerica.com. This call is paid for and authorized by the Rule of Law Defense Fund, 202-796-5838.
We just witnessed what was just given to us right now was real evidence, facts. We just witnessed our very real crimes and violence that erupted because of what these witnesses' actions did. If they had been here, I'd ask them about that. I want to know also, and I'll yield time to see if any of my colleagues would like to condemn the violence of January 6th. Not just the violence of all things that are happening in America, but the violence on January 6th.
Did the gentlelady yield?
Are you going to condemn it? It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Same here.
Same here. We all have, on record many times.
No, you not all have not, and we know that.
Oh,
But yield, reclaiming my time. So Mr. Landry's appearance before the committee today gave him free publicity. We know that he's running for governor, and the chairman's decision to dismiss him in his role as Attorney General before questions means he can't be held accountable for the efforts to overturn the 2020 election. No, I will not at this time.
Okay, thanks.
But one of the things I would ask him about is other things that he was involved in with Donald Trump. As you can see on the screen, this is testimony given deposition of the Attorney General Barr. And it states, how about discussions, General Barr, about the possible appointment of special counsel to invest the allegations of election fraud? Do you recall any of that? Answer, yes. I remember there was some discussions about special counsel, and I forgot how this came up, but I didn't feel there was any predicate or basis for naming a special counsel, and I was opposed to it. And I think there was a proposal made. I remember a proposal being made to take a state attorney general being appointed, and I wanted to find out, I thought there might be a way to addressing that without just saying no, and it turned out state law precluded it. Question, yeah, was that Louisiana? Do you recall? Answer, I think it was Louisiana. I think it was Jeff Landry, maybe. Mr. Landry was President Trump's choice to be the special counsel to investigate allegations of election fraud. Mr. Sauer, and I apologize for not having pronounced your name properly before, yes or no, Do you believe that the fraud impacted the outcome of the 2020 election? I'm sorry, you have to hit the...
I'm sorry, I have no opinion on that. That is totally aside from the evidence that we brought forth to committee today.
At this time, that's no opinion. You don't have an opinion on whether there was fraud or not?
I've never studied the evidence that
But
you're referring to. I've never seen the deposition transcript you just put
I didn't
before.
ask about the deposition transcript. I asked you if you believe that there was election fraud in 2020.
I don't have an opinion on that to express in the committee today.
Mr. Seligman, same question. Did fraud impact the outcome of the 2020 election?
No, without question.
Was there any evidence of fraud?
There was no evidence of fraud in any amount that was remotely close to what it would have taken to affect the outcome of the election.
So how did so many people come to believe that such fraud existed?
Because they were told that by people who should have known better.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
White House staffers are some of the most powerful people on the planet Earth. Oftentimes, they get the dispositive opinion on appointments to different positions within the federal government. They influence statements of administrative policy. They initiate regulatory reform. They often have a significant voice on legislation that is considered and approved. And so, Mr. Sauer, I want to understand how many of these intensely powerful people who work in the Biden White House were involved in this effort that you've been investigating regarding the desire to shape discussions on social media?
At least 20 and very likely more.
And was there a ringleader of this group, someone who had pervasive and repeated efforts to try to coerce social media companies to shape the truth according to the Biden White House?
Deputy Assistant to the President, Rob Flaherty, and also Andy Slavitt.
Who is Rob Flaherty?
He is the, I believe, the digital coordinator for the White House. His level is Deputy Assistant to the President.
And what behaviors of Mr. Flaherty did you observe that you found troubling?
We've seen many, many pages of emails between Mr. Flaherty and social media platforms where he relentlessly badgers them to increase the censorship of ordinary Americans' free speech on social media, and he gets results. You see the platforms agreeing to censor things that are truthful, that do not violate their policies at the behest and at the pressure of the White House.
Can you give an example of that?
One great example of this is the Tucker Carlson video that was going viral in April of 2021, where Mr. Flaherty and other White House officials were emailing Facebook privately demanding that it be censored. Facebook responded, "This does not violate our policies. It has not been fact-checked, but nevertheless, we are substantially deboosting it and limiting its distribution on our platforms, even though we haven't identified anything false in it. And even though it does not, they had a positive determination that it does not violate their policies."
And did you assess that Facebook took that action as a direct consequence of the badgering coming from Mr. Flaherty in the Biden White House?
That is a compelling inference from the email traffic back and forth that we obtained in discovery.
And did Mr. Flaherty ever request any reports from social media companies on specific censorship issues?
Very frequently. In fact, he was demanding that again and again. His steady drumbeat was what he called borderline content, that the email traffic makes clear. Borderline is what they call often true content, things like personal anecdotes, opposition to vaccination expressed in terms of political opposition, things of that nature. That is what he wanted to target, and he was frequently asking for reports back. They were sending in bi-weekly crowd tangle reports to the White House. They did that through the close of our discovery period last August in 2022. So there was an overwhelming effort to get them to check their homework, if you will, to get them to report back on how much censorship are you doing and is it going to meet our standards as the White House?
An overwhelming effort, badgering social media companies, demanding reports from those social media companies directly to someone in the White House. And as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle remind us, not all speech is protected. Some speech is illegal. Did you see Mr. Flaherty constrain his concern to unlawful speech, or did you often see this badgering and this demand for reports from entirely lawful speech?
virtually everything. I can't remember a single instance of them going after unlawful speech.
Almost all of it was after lawful speech?
Virtually everything that I can recall here was lawful First Amendment protected speech that was being targeted.
We heard from the witness that the Democrats brought today that these were but suggestions, that of course the government should be able to make suggestions to social media companies. What would be your response to that testimony?
The characterization of them as suggestions is contradicted by overwhelming evidence. Calling Flaherty, for example, Mr. Flaherty's communication suggestions is akin to saying that the earth is flat or the moon is made of green cheese.
Well, and of course, if someone shared those viewpoints, that would be lawful speech, wouldn't it?
You'd be allowed to say that on social media, and based on the
Not
US
if Mr. Flaherty were in charge.
That is the difference. And in fact, what happened was you had a de facto suppression of many, many views, including truthful views, political organization, at the behest of White House officials and other federal officials.
And I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that when you have these intensely powerful people with the ability to control so many things, even a suggestion is coercive and problematic and worthy of the committee's review. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his 5 minutes. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, recognized.
Thank you. I think it's interesting, the last line of questioning. The video that it's referenced, if I'm not mistaken, that you just mentioned about Tucker Carlson was on replacement theory. And I think it's interesting that you want to make a boogeyman of Mr. Flaherty because not one of the emails from Mr. Flaherty or anyone else from the White House required or demanded or mandated any action by social media companies. I just want to clear the record on that.
Would the gentlelady yield for just
No,
a
the time is
clarification?
mine.
Okay.
The time is mine. I would like to use it without interruption. Thank you. You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep shouting that the Biden White House somehow influenced a private company to take down disinformation in 2020 before a Biden White House even existed. And Chairman Jordan wanted to make this point so badly that he had the 2 Republican attorneys general who began this sham lawsuit come in and make 5-minute statements where they could make all kinds of wild allegations, and then he let them scurry away so nobody could ask them any questions about their claims. But I really want to focus on the fact that this hearing really isn't about social media companies, and it's really not about COVID deniers. It's not even about Elon Musk. It's about protecting former President Donald Trump. And I'd like to spend a few minutes looking at what congressional Republicans are doing to try to keep him out of legal trouble. We have a video queued up, if they could show that.
Trump hush money investigation in New York. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office is accusing 3 GOP House chairmen of trying to interfere in a local investigation as they renew their demands that he testify about his current probe of former President Trump.
Jim Jordan, who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, going on conservative TV to say he's asking the Manhattan District Attorney to testify behind closed doors to his committee.
For a state prosecutor to testify before Congress, to lay out all of his evidence and internal communications about an ongoing criminal investigation in front of a bunch of allies of the very person that investigator might be trying to prosecute. It is what Congressman Jordan himself might call the weaponization of the federal government.
Alvin Bragg's 5-page letter to Jim Jordan and the other chairman points out that what they're asking for would be interference with law enforcement and that their request is, quote, an unlawful incursion into New York's sovereignty, something that has been true and obvious for every day of the existence of the United States of America.
Mr. Seligman, the general counsel to the Manhattan District Attorney called Chairman Jordan's letter an, quote, unprecedented inquiry into a pending local prosecution.
The Trump hush money investigation.
And said that it seeks non-public information about a pending criminal investigation, which is confidential under state law. Can you please explain why it's incredibly inappropriate for Congress to interfere in state and local prosecutions?
Any political interference in pending criminal investigations and prosecutions is inappropriate. That's true of political interference into the Department of Justice's prosecutorial decisions, and it's especially true of interference by the federal government into state and local prosecutions. The fundamental principles of federalism, which conservatives tend to agree with, hold that state and local government is free from the interference of the federal government into these police matters.
Chairman Jordan apparently wrote to Mr. Bragg after Trump's attorneys asked him and after Trump himself claimed online that he was about to be arrested. Why would it benefit Donald Trump for Congress to intervene on his behalf in this criminal action?
Well, it appears that the purpose and the motivation is to try to influence the Manhattan District Attorney into not pursuing the charges that it has been publicly reported that he is pursuing.
Why is even the appearance of a former president directing the action of members of Congress dangerous to democracy?
Because the rule of law applies to all of us, whether we're a former president or merely a lowly law professor. All of us are protected by the procedural protections of the Constitution, and all of us are subject to the law without fear or favor. Political interference into criminal prosecutions, whether that's interference to bring cases that would otherwise not be brought, or interference to protect politically powerful defendants from cases that ought to be brought, undermines the rule of law and democracy.
To me, Chairman Jordan's demand appear to be an intimidation tactic, plain and simple, and he's using this very committee to carry out that intimidation. Isn't that, in fact, the very definition of weaponization of the government?
I see why you say that, and it is inappropriate for a congressional committee to inquire into a pending criminal investigation.
I thank you for your testimony, and I yield back.
General Landry yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sauer, earlier this week, I questioned HHS Secretary Becerra before the Ways and Means Committee, and I asked him about a report put out by a private research organization called Cochrane that found masks may not be effective in preventing COVID. That same organization did an about-face a few weeks later. Like on January, they issued the report finding there was no scientific evidence or proof that masks worked, and then on March 10th, they issued a report that basically said, well, what we said before was not fully accurate. Secretary Becerra claimed that he had no knowledge of HHS or anyone in the administration pressuring Cochrane to withdraw their findings, and I specifically asked him that. He was under oath. I specifically asked him if he knew if anybody in HHS had information as it related to that. From your experience, has HHS pressured private organizations to take certain stances and censor information regarding COVID?
Yes, our evidence includes pretty extensive emails involving senior HHS officials, including within the Office of the Secretary, involved in these kinds of pressure campaigns to engage in censorship. We also have extensive evidence of sub-agencies within HHS, which is described in some detail in my written testimony, including NIAID, NIH, and the CDC.
Well, in the Biden administration, in these emails, much to the chagrin of my colleagues on the other side who say there's no evidence that Mr. Flattery was working with Facebook. I mean, these emails that you put are actually part of your statement today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I mean, you have conversations here about content. You have conversations here about vaccines. You have Facebook sharing attachments and research with Mr. Flattery. You have Mr. Flattery telling them, I think, like actually telling them what Facebook should be doing. And I'll just read a quick excerpt, and again, this is in the materials that you provided the committee. Generally, I think some combo of the following would be effective. Some kind of thing that puts the news in context if folks have seen it, like COVID news panel. I mean, he's directing Facebook of how they should promulgate information, which I would say is disinformation, but their opinion on certain information. And it's right there in your testimony that you've given here today. Can you just like expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. We see email after email after email from the White House, from Mr. Flaherty, pressuring specifically Facebook, but also other social media platforms to take down disfavored viewpoints. And the emphasis in those emails is on true content. The reason that the emphasis on true content is because he almost says this in so many words in one of the emails, that the true content is what they perceive to be doing the most to undermine the narrative that the White House favored at the time. So it's viewpoint discrimination targeting truthful speech that they perceive to be the most damaging to the narrative that they're pushing.
Which you have actual emails from the White House as part of your testimony today.
We have submitted those, yes.
And I would just, it's already in the record, but I just want to bring people's attention to that. As it relates to that, the Surgeon General also pressured big tech companies to only allow on their platforms administration-approved information about COVID. Could you go into a little detail about that?
That's exactly correct. What we see is what's probably an orchestrated pressure campaign involving the Surgeon General and the Surgeon General's office, and what their witness described in sworn testimony as their bully pulpit, to engage in a pressure campaign that reinforced the pressure campaign that was happening largely covertly from the White House, but also at key points became very public. For example, May 5th, 2021, July 15th and 16th, 2021, you have very public pressure from the White House. Then behind the scenes, you have emails where the Office of Surgeon General and the White House are, in a sense, teaming up with the social media platforms to pressure them to remove the information that they thought was unworthy of First Amendment protections.
And I've only got a little less than a minute, but could you use the remainder of your time to talk about the more inappropriate ways that the administration sought to control information related to COVID and vaccines?
Yes, there's a whole series of these that are set forth in my written testimony. You have the pressure campaign from the White House that involved both public and private components. That was executed in, as I said, kind of in tandem with a similar pressure campaign from the Surgeon General's office. But also you see both extensive evidence of federally induced censorship out of NIAID under the leadership of Dr. Fauci, and also the CDC, who we haven't mentioned today. You see the CDC both having meeting after meeting after meeting and flagging specific content, individual posts in large numbers saying, be on the lookout for this. This is what we, the CDC, want you to censor. And you see the platforms responding by kind of deferring to the CDC and allowing the CDC to dictate what Americans can and cannot say on social media.
My time's expired. Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to working with you.
I think the gentleman yield back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Garamendi from California for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we broke for votes, the issue from one of my colleagues came up about comparing the administration with the German Stasis. Mr. Seligman, I'd like you to talk about this inappropriate comparison.
It is an inappropriate and inaccurate comparison. The allegations in the lawsuit brought by Mr. Landry and others is that the federal government coerced social media platforms into censoring content. And there's been vague talk about pressure campaigns and emails between White House officials and social media campaigns. But in federal court, you have to make allegations about what exactly the threats were. And so from the record of the case, here is the Cyber Security Infrastructure and Security Agency, the emails that are cited by Mr. Landry's lawsuit as threats. CISA will not take any action, favorable or unfavorable, towards social media companies based on decisions about how or whether to use this information. CISA neither has nor seeks the ability to remove or edit what information is made available on social media platforms. In light of this absence of a threat in the communications between government officials and social media platforms, the lawsuit turns to other allegations of threatened action. It turns to two. The first is antitrust action against big tech companies, and the second is reform of Section 230. Now, these are implausible bases for threats by the Biden administration against big tech companies. And the reason is because there's a growing bipartisan consensus that big tech companies should be subject to more antitrust enforcement. For example, on May 19th, 2022, Congressman Gates was among a group of 4 bipartisan Congress members who introduced legislation that, quote, takes direct aim at Google and Facebook's ad market duopoly. And so Congressman Gates introduced legislation that targeted Facebook and Google for antitrust scrutiny. I don't think that that makes him threatening, in violation of the First Amendment, Google and Facebook, such that their decisions on content moderation are suddenly the responsibility of Congressman Gates. Similarly, on June 11th of 2021, Chairman Jordan introduced the Protect Speech Act, which would have reformed Section 230 to limit or eliminate the immunity that social media platforms have for civil liability for content posted on their platforms. This too was a legislative proposal that is exactly the same type of legislative proposal that this lawsuit and Republicans on this panel are suggesting constitutes a threat. I don't think that Chairman Jordan's introduction of legislation constitutes a threat in violation of the First Amendment. And so once we move past the vague allegations of threatening emails, and look to what the lawsuit actually alleges, we see there were no threats, and the challenged coercive action was just legislative proposals that have been made both by Republicans and by Democrats.
Thank you very much. It's useful to note the actions of the members of this committee in that regard. Thank you very much. As we look at what is going on here, our friends across the aisle here continue to claim that there's censorship. Last hearing, I provided extensive information and multiple studies that showed that the social media actually amplifies far-right voices more than left voices, including their false claims about election interference and their efforts to spread COVID disinformation. So if there really is a problem here, it obviously isn't working. The Select Committee on the weaponization of government is really missing the major weapon that was used by the previous administration. President Trump used the federal government, used his position as president and his office of the presidency and others in the administration to promote the big lie that the election was stolen. There is no doubt the January 6th committee proved this beyond a doubt that that's exactly what happens. That is the example of weaponization that this committee should be paying attention to and should be looking for legislation that kind of weaponization by the President of the United States to stop the lawful transfer of power in an election in which there was no proven fraud, that is where we should be spending our time. My time having expired, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, recognized for 5 minutes.
Yield to Mr. Gates.
I'm shocked I have to explain to a law professor that there's an obvious difference between engaging in the legislative process that is open and transparent and subject to our constitutional system rather than having some skeevy White House staffers trying to threaten social media companies under the auspices of some sort of allowed content moderation. I yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Sauer, Mr. Seligman's testimony asserts that the federal government didn't threaten or coerce the social media platform. Says the Attorney General's complaint that you're litigating in federal court lacks a reasonable legal and factual basis. He didn't mention that, as I understand it, just last week, the United States District Judge in that case denied the administration's motions to dismiss. Doesn't that denial mean the opposite of what Mr. Seligman testified? Turn on your mic. Is your mic on?
Our federal district judge came to the opposite conclusion.
Yeah. So, I mean, that conclusion is that the complaint plausibly alleges, it gives plausible factual allegations in support of a legally sufficient legal theory, that this censorship scheme, in fact, violates the First Amendment. Can you summarize some of the allegations of fact concerning coercion and threats that you tendered to the court to lead to that conclusion?
Yes, and I'd preface that by saying, in fact, there's more than one way you can violate the First Amendment. There's coercion, there's joint participation, there's conspiracy, there is deception, there is pervasive entwinement, and there is significant encouragement. So even if we hadn't alleged threats, it would in no way undermine our claim that there's a First Amendment violation. But there's overwhelming evidence of threats. And if I may, I can summarize some of those. So,
give you a little bit of time on that, yeah.
Obviously, one of the things we've alleged is that the threats about antitrust liability and Section 230 repeal or replacement, those on one side are tied to demands for greater censorship. It's one thing for a federal official to say we should repeal or replace Section 230 immunity. It's quite otherwise for them to say, you'd better censor private American speech on social media or we will take that action against you.
Right.
It's the threat linked to the demand, which is what violates the First Amendment. And the case law is abundantly clear on this, and the evidence of that is overwhelming. But that's not all. We have all kinds of other threats. For example, in the Elvis Chan deposition, it was revealed that congressional staffers had been flying out to Silicon Valley to privately meet with the social media platforms since 2017, bringing proposed legislation with them to threaten them with adverse legal counsels if censorship didn't improve. And what Mr. Chan, the government's FBI agent, testified is that this was effective. They experienced the pressure. It made a huge difference. It's censored.
How many FBI agents did Twitter say interacted with Twitter?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Numbers in the 80s, isn't it? 80 something?
Certainly, the Foreign Influence Task Force includes about 78 to 80 agents, I believe, and then there's another 8 in San Francisco office alone that are involved in these activities. So many.
I know your written testimony contains hundreds of pages of these allegations, so it's interesting. Mr. Seligman, you referred to yourself as a professor. Now, you're a fellow at the Constitutional Law Center at Stanford Law School, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you're not on the faculty at Stanford Law School.
That's right, and I didn't claim otherwise.
Okay. You graduated from law school in 2011. Your LinkedIn resume suggests you haven't had any job longer than about 3.5 years since then. I looked on Lexis. I couldn't find any case in which you've served as counsel of record in which you finally prevailed. Can you name one?
I've worked on legal teams that have prevailed at every level of the federal judiciary, including the Supreme Court.
Can you name a
of the
case?
United States. Yeah, sure. So Tyson v. Buafekio, which is a case at the Supreme Court.
Tyson versus what?
Buafekio was a case about Rule 23 class certification.
Okay.
He prevailed.
Okay. What reason is it? So you're not a professor. Do you claim expertise in the First Amendment? Do you claim to be a First Amendment expert?
I am an expert in constitutional law, including the First Amendment, yes.
Interestingly enough, on your website, on the Stanford website, it says you're an expert in election law, but you also have broad research interest in constitutional law. It doesn't even mention the First Amendment.
As many legal scholars do, I have a diverse set of interests.
Mr. Sauer, wouldn't it be squarely in conflict with the First Amendment to censor Mr. Seligman's opinion just because it conflicts with the official narrative as represented by the district court judge's opinion?
Absolutely. The First Amendment protects everybody.
Can you take in the last few seconds I've got and talk briefly about how the Election Integrity Project and the Virality Project have moved to censoring whole narratives?
Yes, I see the time is almost up, but there is a concerted effort that we see in the evidence to censor narrative at a narrative level, where a narrative can contain hundreds of thousands of social media posts, and that is operated out of Stanford University.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sauer, when you came to the Capitol today, did you go through security? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you interact with the Capitol Police at all when you did that?
I may have said hello to one of them.
Well, just over 2 years ago, one of the police officers you saw might have been one of the nearly 150 officers who were injured when the Capitol was attacked by a violent mob, or one of the hundreds more that are still dealing with mental trauma from that day. That attack was organized, in some cases orchestrated, on social media. Those officers' lives were put at risk, and 7 people died in connection with the attack on January 6th. Are you familiar with the Internet Record Agency located in St. Petersburg, Russia? Yes or no?
There is some evidence relating to it in our case.
Are you familiar with it?
So I would say that a level of familiarity at some level, but limited.
Sure. Well, it's a Kremlin asset that uses fake accounts, bots, and hacked materials to influence elections here in the United States in 2016, 2020, again in 2022. That's not my opinion. It was at the center of a 2018 DOJ criminal indictment for its efforts to interfere with elections and our political processes. Do you know who was president of the United States in 2018?
President Trump.
President Trump was in office. I note the attack on January 6th and the Russian misinformation efforts to point out that our social media is being used to incite violence, and by foreign actors who do want to undermine our democracy. And despite that, as you noted in your testimony, Mr. Seligman, the agencies responsible for our national security are not requiring that content be taken down. They have flagged it, and the decision has rested with those private companies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And maybe one of the most egregious examples that's come out in the series of congressional hearings we've held about this, from a White House official contacting a social media agency, a social media company, was the Trump White House reaching out about a Chrissy Teigen tweet and saying that it should be taken down because it said mean things about the president. Can you imagine that? Do you think that was a violation of the First Amendment, Mr. Sauer?
We haven't seen that tweet in our case. I'm not familiar with it, but I would emphasize that for any federal elected official, to demand that content be taken down raises serious First Amendment concerns.
Good. Well then, okay, so you're saying that when the Trump White House did that, that raises concerns for you.
I would say if any federal official, elected or unelected, is communicating with social media platforms and demanding that content be taken down, that raises grave First Amendment concerns. And we put in evidence of that occurring on the scale of hundreds of millions of social media posts.
The issue here is that some of the discussions that we're talking about here occurred when Trump was in office. There's a claim of some vast conspiracy led by the Biden administration, much of it centering on activity by the FBI around the last election when Donald Trump was in office. I'm not asking a question yet, but the Trump White House itself was reaching out to social media companies, trying to suppress certain discussions. And the truth is that despite all the claims being made here today that social media is being used to censor conservatives, the truth is that their platforms have repeatedly failed to prevent their own platforms from being used to incite violence, to spread disinformation. And instead, Twitter actually changed its own policies to allow Donald Trump to repeatedly spread lies about the election. And we have some examples that I'd like to put up here really quickly. All the way back in May of 2020, 6 months before the election, President Trump was tweeting that this would be a rigged election, that there will be massive fraud and abuse, that 2020 will be the most rigged election in our nation's history. That content was not taken down. It was allowed to stay up. That doesn't sound like censorship to me. Those decisions were made by private companies during Donald Trump's presidency. Mr. Seligman, I don't have a lot of time left, but I just wanted to ask you, as an expert, in a democracy, what does it do when statements like this from a head of state are allowed to attack the very democracy they're supposed to be leading?
I think it inflames people's political passions. And when hundreds of millions of people see claims like that and believe them and believe that our elections are not free and fair, contrary to fact, some of them ultimately take extreme action in response to that. And that is the danger of misinformation.
But it was still allowed to stay up.
Gentleman's time's expired.
There's no grand conspiracy. Take off the tinfoil hats.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Understand what's really going on.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Seligman, are you familiar with the lawsuit against President Trump where he blocked people on Twitter?
Yes.
And very briefly, as brief as you can state it, what was at issue there?
It's been a while since I've looked at the case, so I'll speak from my recollection. So President Trump blocked people on Twitter, and of course, as a private user, if he had not been president, there would be no question that he had the right to do that. And so the question in the case was whether his taking that action while he was president and therefore wielding governmental power amounted to a violation of the First Amendment.
And wasn't it a particular issue of the First Amendment that these were constituents who were trying to make their voices heard to the government?
That's right. As Attorney General Landry, I believe, mentioned before, the right to petition for redress of grievances is part of the First Amendment.
I think it's a very important part of the First Amendment. If you can't communicate with your government, how do you get any redress? So I think we really have to be concerned when constituents who are trying to address their elected representatives their voices get squelched. And before I get to a particular instance of that, I want to ask you, Mr. Sauer, how did the CDC, the Surgeon General, and NIAID communicate with social media platforms to influence them?
They did it in different ways, but you see a lot of email traffic that was not public at the time, where there's censorship activities that were out of public view.
And like at CDC, what was the particular channel there? I heard that they had some portal partnership that they could access directly to Twitter? Who were the people involved?
That's correct. You see both Twitter and Facebook offering federal officials privilege access to be sort of privileged flaggers of misinformation using something that Twitter calls the partner support portal and something that the Facebook emails describe as Facebook's misinfo reporting channel. And they assure them, hey, if you go through this process, you'll get very prompt responses. We'll prioritize escalation of your concerns.
So the government literally signed up as a partner with the social media companies.
I think that's a very fair comment on our evidence.
So one other avenue that I want you to tell us about that the government may have had influence is this virality project. Can you tell us what that is and what they do and if they receive taxpayer money?
The Virality Project is a kind of consortium of private entities working hand in glove with the federal government. It's really just an extension under a different name of the Election Integrity Partnership. You're talking about entities like Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public, Graphica, and the Atlantic Council's DFR lab, collaborating closely with state, federal, and local government officials, and collaborating closely with the social media platforms, all at once to engage in a mass surveillance and mass censorship program for social media, the breadth of which is staggering.
Imagine my surprise when I found out that the Virality Project was targeting my communications in social media with my constituents. In June, they said Representative Massey uses Cleveland Clinic study to allege, counter to CDC guidance, that previously infected people do not need the vaccine. They were concerned that my Fox News interview had gone viral with 393,000 Facebook views. And then finally they said, whether or not this is a case in which scientific consensus is changing. In other words, whether this is true or not, they said that natural immunity key narrative and is a source of uncertainty, not only among anti-vaccine activists, but also among the questioning and hesitant. That uncertainty must be addressed by experts and openly and responsibly communicated to the public. And this Virality Project, working with the government, was advising the social media companies on what to censor. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's correct.
So here's what I find disturbing. Not necessarily that my tweets were censored, but if this is one of the tweets where natural immunity is better than vaccine immunity. There were multiple studies supporting that. I had subsequent tweet just like this that referenced those studies. It got blocked too, but what concerns me is this statement down here. This tweet can't be replied to, shared, or liked. Okay, shared. Are we, when we do this to constituents, are we squelching their First Amendment?
Absolutely. The Knight versus First Amendment sitter case that Mr. Seligman was talking about in the Second Circuit held that liking, commenting, reposting, retweeting, there's case law indicating these are First Amendment protected activities.
I think it's appalling that we've got evidence that the First Amendment was violated by the executive branch, particularly people trying to redress their government. Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 16, 2021, a reporter asked President Biden what his message was to social media platforms when it came to COVID-19 disinformation. He replied, quote, "They're killing people," end quote. I know one of our missing witnesses referenced that quote earlier, but I can't ask him about those questions because he's been excused. Now, if you look at the chart behind me, this represents the consequences of vaccine science denialism. The arrow points to May 2021, when the vaccine became widely available in the United States. The deaths to the right of the arrow represent the continued wrath of COVID on our country, mostly among unvaccinated people in Texas and the southern U.S. And as you can see, 200,000 lives could have been saved. That's how many people were killed. Now, if we use the same formula, that means that 15,000 lives could have been saved in Chairman Jordan's state of Ohio, or 5,000 lives could have been saved in Chairman Johnson's state of Louisiana. That's a lot of people. Many communities across the United States have been utterly devastated by COVID. Y'all know I represent parts of Houston, a big city. But I was born and raised in a small Texas rural community. In Duval County, where I was born, 1 out of 151 people died of COVID. In a similar community like Lamb County, Texas, nearly 1 out of every 100 people was killed by COVID. This death rate was one of the highest in the country and 3 times that of the nation as a whole. In fact, across the country, rural America's death rate has been nearly 40% higher than that of those in cities. This is tragically sad, and I believe it's vaccine denialism that costs these American deaths. Only 56% of rural residents are fully vaccinated versus 67% of their urban counterparts. In my home state of Texas, it's estimated that 2,000 lives could have been saved if we had reached the vaccination levels of places like Vermont or Connecticut. Mr. Sauer, you signed the Missouri v. Biden's plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction. That motion claims that Biden's statement that the social media companies are, quote, killing people by letting vaccine disinformation spread was somehow illegal censorship. I frankly cannot disagree with you more strongly, but I have a simple fact question for you today. Mr. Sauer, for you, do you agree that COVID vaccine saves lives? Just a yes or no, please. Mr. Sauer, I asked for a yes or no. Yes, 2 simple words, yes or no. So you're Harvard trained, you pretend to be an expert here, and you cannot answer the simple question of whether or not you agree that COVID vaccine saves lives.
Gentlemen, Mr. Sauer, can you put
Mr.
you hit the
Seligman, will
microphone
you
there?
answer my question since it looks like our Harvard colleague over there cannot?
Yes, I believe vaccines save lives.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer, you also signed the Missouri versus Biden Second Amendment complaint, which criticized Twitter for removing content suggesting that, quote, face masks do not work to reduce transmission or to protect against COVID-19. Well, as a journalist in Texas did a lot of the work that apparently you haven't, and compiled 49 studies, all showing that masks effectively reduce the rate of COVID transmission. Mr. Sauer, yes or no again? Do you agree that face masks stop the transmission of COVID?
I refer you to the
Sir, a yes or no question.
Again, Congresswoman, I
yes
refer
or
you.
no question, sir.
I refer you.
It is my time. I want a yes or no. If that's too hard for you, then I'll just move on. So I'll ask you, Mr. Seligman, do you agree that face masks stop the transmission of COVID?
My understanding is the scientific evidence is yes, it does.
Right, so Mr. Sauer, your motion for preliminary injunction claims that even U.S. Department of Health and Human Services efforts to gather information about how widespread COVID-19 disinformation could somehow be censorship. Knowing how the American people are being lied to is not censorship, but I guess you might be scared what the data will show. Mr. Sauer, again, a yes or no, do you believe that public health experts need data about the impact of disinformation in order to stop people in places like rural Texas from dying from this pandemic?
Federal officials should not be demanding data about people's political and social opinions expressed on social media.
Yes or no, please.
I reiterate what I say. Under the First
You're
Amendment,
refusing to answer my question.
under the First Amendment,
You're
federal
refusing
officials should
to
not
answer.
be
Thank you,
demanding
Mr.
that.
Seligman, do you agree that data on disinformation is necessary to help stop these lies from spreading?
Yes.
Thank you. You're an actual expert on disinformation.
Ladies,
so I
time has
thank you.
expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair, now I recognize the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Seligman, your testimony describes that state action case law, and I'll try and boil it down to its simplest terms, that it comes down to the distinction between convince and coerce. And you state that because there was no overt threats to the platforms that the government is in the clear. And I want to be clear, I reject that premise and agree significantly more with Mr. Sauer. But for the sake of argument, let's consider that each individual instance only constitutes attempts to convince platforms by the administration. We still have to view this in its totality. There was an unprecedented level of continuous engagement between the administration and social media companies to address not only categories of speech, but specific individuals, specific content, and specific viewpoints. The sheer quantity has a quality all of its own. The administration performed this unprecedented level of continuous engagement at several levels: the FBI, the CDC, Department of Homeland Security, essentially every single alphabet soup agency, the White House. And that's not even taking into account the State Department funding a nonprofit whose goal was to censor such radical media as the Federalist, Reason, and the New York Post. In one instance, the White House staffer Rob Flaherty sent this exact message to Google. This is a concern that is shared at the highest level. And I mean the highest levels of the White House. He's talking about the President of the United States. And this is coming from an administration that has supported and advanced several policies directly targeting the business models of social media companies. Antitrust enforcement, Section 230, encryption, and the list goes on. And regardless of which government agency is pressuring these social media companies on any particular issue, they were all being received by the same content moderation teams at those social media companies. The administration isn't going to say, do this or we will shut you down. To be quite honest, that's not how government coercion is carried out. They are never going to directly threaten anyone. But the message is clear from a continuous request: play ball or else. The end result is harming Americans' First Amendment right to speak and also to receive information. Understanding that Mr. Seligman, understanding that content-based restrictions are unconstitutional, are you not at all concerned that the administration's continuous actions have chilled Americans' free speech rights?
I don't think that the administration's actions constitute a First Amendment violation, as you noted. I don't think there were any overt threats, and I don't think there were any covert threats as well. And the best indication that we have of that is that social media platforms could and did disagree with the suggestions that were offered by governmental officials, and they made decisions that conflicted with those recommendations without consequence, repeatedly.
Well, without consequences, they got a lot of emails back and forth. Mr. Sauer, we all understand that if federal law enforcement wants to search the trunk of your car, you need a warrant. And the federal government can't get around that warrant by using a Capitol security guard to open that trunk and then look what's in it. And one of the biggest things that we've been continuing to talk about in this context is the third-party doctrine. If the DOJ can't search my car without a warrant, they can't use a security guard to search my car. But this administration, even though they can't directly censor First Amendment viewpoint discrimination, is trying to use social media companies to carry out their task. How do you view that moving forward?
That is a grave threat to liberty. It directly undermines the First Amendment, and your statements are supported by overwhelming evidence in the record.
And the answer about the third-party doctrine, which we have carried out in different things, and we're dealing with it now just as simply new, and we continue to move forward. What recommendation would you have for us as Congress to start dealing with this issue?
I believe that this subcommittee should take a very close look and scrutinize the various forms of First Amendment violations we see in this case. Again, not just coercion, but also joint participation and significant entwinement. For example, when you have federal and state officials working hand in glove with nonprofits like the Stanford Internet Observatory, which are also tightly connected to social media platforms to engage in mass surveillance, to engage in the censorship of, we're talking about millions and millions of social media posts, systemic First Amendment violations. That needs to be carefully scrutinized.
And then just with the little time I have left, I know it came up earlier with objectionable. Provided that speech is lawful, content-based discrimination by the U.S. government is a First Amendment violation.
Correct.
So the fact that that speech is objectionable, again, provided that it's constitutionally protected, it's irrelevant to when you're dealing with government discrimination.
That's exactly right. Under the First Amendment, government officials don't get to decide what is objectionable or what is true and false. We get to decide that.
And it absolutely has to be that way. Otherwise, who polices the policers?
Absolutely right. This is the heart of the First Amendment.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We now.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter 4 documents into the record.
Without objection, can you identify the documents first, though? Can you identify the documents?
Sure. The first is a Time Magazine article titled, "Is This Texas County? There's No Such Thing as Moving on from COVID," from KXAN News in Austin. Do face masks work? Here are 49 scientific studies that explain that they do. From the Washington Post, an article titled, "The Inside Story of How Trump's Denial, Mismanagement, and Magical Thinking Led to the Pandemic's Dark Winter." And finally, a report published in PLOS Global Public Health by Peter Hotez, Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine and professor of departments of pediatrics and molecular virology and microbiology at Baylor College of Medicine, and the endowed chair in tropical pediatrics and co-director for vaccine development at Texas Children's Hospital, titled "The Great Texas COVID Tragedy," be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sauer, did you discuss the substance of your testimony here today with any members of this committee? Yes. Can you turn your microphone on?
I participated in a briefing yesterday afternoon with members of the subcommittee when my testimony had already been finalized.
And were any Democratic members included in that briefing?
I can't say for sure. I don't know all the members who were involved.
You don't know?
I don't know. I'm not as familiar with the membership of the committee as perhaps I should be.
And am I correct that, I'll just note for the record, there were no Democratic members in that briefing. But am I correct, sir, that you are one of the lawyers that brought the lawsuit that we are discussing here today?
That is correct.
So you're a party to that case?
No, I'm an attorney. That's very different.
Well, you represent Louisiana. You work for the Attorney General's Office of Louisiana, and Louisiana brought the case?
That's correct. It would be inaccurate to describe me as a party.
Okay. But you don't decide whether or not your arguments that you make in that case and that you're making here today are valid or not, do you?
They seem very valid to me. The judge will make a decision in our case.
The judge makes the decision, right?
Correct.
Not you. And as you know, the district court did not decide in its opinion whether your assertions are correct, right?
The district court dismissed the pending motion to dismiss by the Department of Justice, saying that we'd alleged sufficient facts to state claims, and we'll have a hearing in late May on our pending motion for preliminary injunction. He has not ruled on that yet.
Just so lay people can understand, a motion to dismiss just says that if the allegations that you make are true, you can continue with your claim. A preliminary injunction will actually address the evidence that you're discussing, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you expecting that the Department of Justice will appeal the motion to dismiss order?
You would have to ask them. Well, actually, the motion to dismiss order, it's very unlikely because there is no procedural right to appeal that. And so far, they haven't made any attempt to do that. It would be they would have to do that by pursuing what's called an extraordinary writ. That'd be very unusual. That said, I do not speak for them.
Do you read the news, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you read the news?
Some news.
Are you aware of reporting that Donald Trump's defense attorney asked Republican members of the House of Representatives to intervene in an ongoing criminal investigation into himself in a local prosecutor's office?
I don't recall reading that.
Okay. If that were the case, would you consider that to be called, quote, directing, unquote, that the House of Representatives act on behalf of Donald Trump?
I would have to know many more facts before I'm able to make any kind of judgment like that.
Right. All right. Well, I just wanted to understand, because you talk a lot about directing here, that the government is directing, but then you also say that there's a compelling inference. Now, we lawyers understand that inferences only occur when you don't have direct evidence to support it, so I would also just want to note that.
We have overwhelming direct and
there's no
indirect
question.
evidence.
The sad reality here is that we are continuing to go down this phantom narrative that the White House or the Biden administration coerce social media companies into censoring anti-vaccine and election disinformation and misinformation. Now, we know why that is, because the members on the other side of the aisle believe that that disinformation and misinformation, if it gets out there, is politically beneficial to them. But unfortunately, neither you nor they have presented any direct evidence to support this. But I would actually submit that this hearing is more notable, not because of the topic and the witnesses, including 2 who were too afraid to stay and answer questions, but because of what we are not focusing on. Apparently, this committee is no longer focused on the so-called dozens and dozens of FBI whistleblowers who were supposedly going to show some massive government conspiracy to attack conservatives. 3 of them have now come in for transcribed interviews over a month ago. Where are those witnesses, Mr. Chairman? Let's bring them in. Bring them in right here so that the American people can see for themselves what the entire basis of this subcommittee is.
Now, you want to talk about censorship? You imagined in your opening statement a world where the FBI sends a list of books that should be pulled from their shelves. Luckily, we don't have to imagine that, sir. Are you aware that recent laws in Florida have resulted in the mass removal of books that are now banned in public schools?
I don't know about Florida. I do know that we have sworn testimony from FBI agent Elvis Chan that directly backs up the analogy I drew in my opening statement.
Okay, well, you should go look into this. You should go look into it because Florida right now is banning books, and you would agree that's a violation of the First Amendment.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman's time's expired.
Can the witness answer the question?
No, because you were over your time. And because you addressed the chair, I'll tell you, stay tuned, Mr. Goldman. There's much more to come in this committee. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kammick, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing before us here today. I've heard your last name pronounced a couple of different ways today. How was it properly pronounced?
Seligman, thank you very much.
Seligman?
Seligman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seligman. You stated you are an expert in constitutional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. In your testimony, your written testimony, which was provided to us late last night, it says that, quote, and this is your writing, no government official ever threatened any social media platform with adverse action if a platform declined to moderate content flagged by the official or if a platform decided not to take an official's suggestions. Do you stand by your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a few minutes ago, just prior, you said that members of the legislative branch don't qualify for this particular statement, despite the fact that you said no government official ever. Does a representative in Congress constitute a government official?
Well, let me clarify my testimony from earlier. I don't think that legislative proposals that were brought by Republicans or Democrats constitute threats against social media platforms. That's true whether with respect to Section 230 reform. It's true with respect to antitrust enforcement.
So that would then lead us to the natural inclination to believe that you're talking about the executive branch, correct? Being government officials. So government officials like the Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy like Robert Flattery, or the White House Senior Advisor like Andrew Slavitt, or the NSC staffer Katie Colas, or the Deputy Assistant to the President, or the White House Digital Director, or the Press Secretary for the First Lady, or the NSC Director for Counterterrorism, the Chief of Staff for the Office of Digital Strategy, the Director of Strategic Communication and Engagement, the White House Associate Counsel, Associate Director for Communications, the Deputy Director of Digital Strategy, and the Strategic Director of Digital Communications. Those are government officials, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what's so interesting is that all of these members of the executive branch, all of them have communications, thousands of emails between them and Twitter and Meta officials where they demand that posts be taken down and censored. I'll give you a couple of examples, and then we'll see if you still feel so strongly about your words. January 23rd, 3 days after the inauguration, at 1:04 a.m., Clark Humphrey of the White House emails Twitter and says, "We're flagging this post for you. Hey folks, wanted to flag this tweet, wondering if we can get moving on the process to have it taken down, ... ASAP. Then, on February 7th, an email exchange took place between Twitter and White House Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy, Rob Flattery, and asked for the steps that he could take to, quote, streamline the process for the White House's demands for Twitter censorship. Then 2 days later, on February 9th, 2021, he follows up again with Facebook with a more aggressive demand for more information, along with an accusation that would be repeated many times in the future, that Facebook was failing to censor speech on its platform, and it was causing, quote, political violence. Fast forward, you have March 15th, White House senior advisor then made an ominous statement threatening unspecified executive action against Facebook in retaliation for Facebook's perceived lack of cooperation with the White House's list of demands that have been documented and will be inserted into the record for this hearing on censorship of, quote, borderline content. The line that I think is particularly troubling is saying, internally, we have been considering our options on what to do about it. Do you consider that to be non-threatening?
I'm not familiar with the particular documents that you're referring to.
I just read you
but-
multiple examples.
Yes, and so I don't think that emphatic expressions of their concerns about the problem of misinformation is a threat. I don't.
So when President Biden says that social media companies are killing people, and then there is a direct line from the White House to the social media companies demanding posts be removed, going so far as to say there has to be a quick and devastating takedown, a published takedown, that is not a threat?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
I also don't believe it
Wow.
was a threat when President Trump made comments about
I am
social
so glad
media
we
as
have
well.
this on the record. Again, my apologies to you, sir, for what you've had to endure here today. But with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Hageman, Wyoming, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer, you and your colleagues have truly provided a great service to this nation by exposing what we can rightfully describe as the surveillance industrial complex, the censorship industrial complex, the corruption industrial complex. Take your pick. Your testimony today is stunning, as is your written statement, and I encourage everyone to read the information that you have provided. The breadth and scope of this vast censorship complex is stunning and extends from the halls of Congress to the executive branch to the office of the President of the United States. As one of the last questioners today, I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to the American public, and I'd like you to give us examples of just one or two takeaways that you believe are paramount as we continue our work and as we seek to hold this administration and these corrupt government hacks accountable for their blatant violation of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution.
I would emphasize maybe 2 or 3 points. First, federal censorship activities are not in retreat, they are expanding. Federal executive officials are expanding the topics on which they seek censorship. It's expanding to more and more agencies, and it's expanding to any social media platform they can reach to. So we are not in a situation where this is something that occurred in the past. We have overwhelming evidence that it's growing and growing and growing, and there's little indication that there will ever be any voluntary relinquishment of the power to dictate what ordinary Americans can say on social media. So it's a problem that is growing. It's a looming threat. A second point that I would make is that censorship, as I said in my opening statement, both now and every other time when there's been censorship throughout human history, is not about truth. It is about political power. It's about obtaining power. It's about preserving power. And it's about expanding power. And the evidence of this, again, is overwhelming. You see it right there in the documents, some of which were just quoted. You see the White House saying, what we really want you to take down, Facebook, Twitter, and so forth, is borderline content. Borderline content that's described in the emails is often true. It's often true. It involves core political speech. We want you to take that down because that is what is most effectively undermining the narratives that we want to be out there on social media. That's an egregious violation of the First Amendment. It is viewpoint discrimination. I would also point out that many of the comments that have been made on the other side today have said we can't let there be misinformation on social media because a tiny minority of the 100 million people who might see it might take it and do something bad. You might call that the minority report approach to the First Amendment. It's absolute poppycock. It turns the First Amendment absolutely on its head. The promise of the First Amendment is that no official, high or petty, will be able to dictate what Americans do. Americans can make their own opinions. They are adults. They can read the evidence. They can form their own factual opinions and their own opinions. And that is the core and the heartland of the First Amendment, which we see radically perverted in the communications between the White House and virtually every other federal agency that's discussed in my extensive written testimony. I would also emphasize censorship does not make Americans safer. It does not make them healthier, and it does not protect our democracy. Censorship is what kills, not freedom. Freedom is what preserves our liberty. Freedom is what makes us safe and healthy as a society. So this notion that we've got to have censorship because it's going to be a threat to our democracy, what could be more anti-democratic than federal censorship dictating what ordinary Americans can say on social media? The First Amendment in social media radically democratized speech. The First Amendment is the most pro-democratic political statement in history, perhaps, because what it says is every ordinary citizen can decide for themselves without interference from federal officials as to what their opinion is. And we can participate in a free market ideas with freedom of expression, freedom of association to engage in that. And that's what we see under direct assault by a whole army of federal officials in this case. And finally, I would emphasize that this should not be a partisan issue. Censorship violates the First Amendment no matter what viewpoint federal officials are going after. Everyone in this chamber should oppose the sorts of pressure, collusion, deception, all the things you see in our evidence in this case. Federal officials should not be in the business of saying what Americans can and cannot say on social media. And those are the conclusions that I would offer the American people.
Well, and again, thank you for what you have just described. What an incredible summary and a statement of where we are in this country. We appreciate what you've done, what you've been willing to expose. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's expired. I'll yield to myself 5 minutes as we wrap this up today. We've heard a lot. Mr. Sauer, what you just said was extraordinary, and I wish every American could watch that clip because you summarized it so well. I thank the gentlelady for giving you the opportunity. What you said earlier this morning summarizes it well also. You said censorship impedes the pursuit of truth in the free marketplace of ideas. That's the summary. Look, we brought in exceptional witnesses this morning. We brought in the Attorney General of the state of Louisiana and the former Attorney General of Missouri, now a U.S. Senator, because their litigation has revealed overwhelming direct evidence, as you pointed out, that the executive branch has undertaken a broad campaign to censor the American people. That's the headline. That's the takeaway today. Rather than one-off instances of censorship and coordination between federal agencies and the private sector, your case has revealed how federal agencies and officials have taken a whole-of-government approach to censoring online speech about topics that they think are disfavored. The federal government exchanged in two blatantly unconstitutional acts. First, they coerced technology companies to engage in censorship. They did this in a number of ways, and at least 20 officials in the White House itself were involved. Then the federal government colluded with the big tech companies and others to censor content. We know that federal agencies met frequently with social media companies and received internal platform data and other special privileges that empowered censorship. Third parties, such as certain nonprofit organizations, also worked as intermediaries to help the federal government effectuate its censorship scheme. This litigation in Missouri v. Biden offers the American people a unique window into the federal government's operation of what's now being called the censorship industrial complex. This litigation, led by Missouri and Louisiana, continues to unveil the extent of federal coercion and of collusion with tech companies to censor disfavored content. Of course, the censors have been wrong time and time again, but that's not the point here. The point we're trying to make is that the U.S. government is pressuring these platforms, which nearly every American uses every day, to censor speech. And whether you agree with the speech that's being shared or not, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is these actions are wrong and they have to be stopped. We have to protect the First Amendment and the free exchange of ideas. The gentleman here, the Democrats' witness, says in his closing statement, he quotes, he decries baseless conspiracy theories, end quote, and he says social media platforms must be, quote, uncorrupted by misinformation. But he doesn't seem to recognize how dangerous that position is. Who decides what is baseless and what is misinformation? You've provided, sir, a recipe for blatant viewpoint discrimination and tyranny. And I would suggest that you attend all of those mandatory First Amendment training courses that your dean at Stanford Law School has just been forced to order. I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Sauer, did the government pressure social media to censor Americans for saying things like natural immunity is real?
Absolutely.
Did the government pressure social media to censor Americans for saying things like gain-of-function research happened in that lab in China?
Absolutely.
Did government pressure social media to censor Americans for saying things like the virus likely came from a lab?
That is right within the heartland of our evidence.
Did government pressure social media to censor Americans for saying things like getting vaccinated doesn't prevent COVID and it doesn't necessarily stop transmission of COVID?
Absolutely.
So all those were true statements. But according to the Democrats, it's fine for the government to pressure social media to take those statements down. In fact, this administration started doing that on day 3, January 23rd, 2021. Here's what the suggestion, as Mr. Seligman says, the Biden White House said to Twitter. Clark Humphrey, Executive Office of President, White House Office, hey folks, wanted to flag the below tweet and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed. Then in all capitals, ASAP. Is that a suggestion, or maybe something a little stronger than a suggestion from the White House on the third day, of this administration?
Stronger than a suggestion.
Heck yes, it's stronger than a suggestion. And here's the scariest thing of all. The bulletin the Democrats put up earlier, the National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin for February 7th, 2022, talks about mis, dis, and malinformation. Mr. Sauer, tell me what is malinformation.
Malinformation, by their definitions, is truthful information that the federal official thinks lacks appropriate context. It's an Orwellian term.
So it's true, but the government says we don't want the people seeing that, hearing that, repeating that, liking that, sharing that. We don't want that to happen.
Correct.
Now that is scary. That is exactly what the chairman just said. That is this dystopian, crazy world they want to go. And that's exactly what they were doing on day 3. Because you know what the underlying tweet was? The underlying tweet said this: Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious deaths among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th. True. Hank Aaron, true and real American, great American, amazing athlete, wonderful human being. He got the vaccine on January 5th to inspire others to get it, and then there's nothing false in that whatsoever. Nothing false. And these guys in the Biden White House said, take it down, but not just take it down. They said, take it down as soon as you possibly can. That, and Mr. Seligman, Mr. Professor of Law, says, you know what? That's just fine. That is a scary, scary world that the Democrats want to take us to. And as you said earlier, if it was the other way around, if this was Republicans doing this to Democrats, you'd be here. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, the chairman of the committee, and we thank all of our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.